Chapter 254 True Yang Jian, False Sun Wukong. Hearing Gu An's words, Li Lingtian didn't think too much and directly agreed. Li Xiandao was very unhappy and scolded Li Lingtian. As a result, Li Lingtian got angry and started to talk back. Next came the lesson with a slap. Li Lingtian was picked up by Li Xiandao, hung over his leg, and his butt was spanked harshly. This scene reminded Gu An of scenes from his childhood in his past life. The memories of his past life were hazy, as if they were distant recollections. Gu An didn't expect Li Xiandao to have this side. He wondered whether Li Ye had been educated in this way when he was a child. However, he could see that Li Lingshan's mother seemed very unusual, and Li Xuando's words about his mother showed considerable helplessness. Gu An looked at Li Lingshan's karma and peered into his past. Soon, Gu An understood some information. Li Lingshan's mother came from the ocean, with the surname Yang, from a great family. For her, Li Xiandao had deposed the former queen and made her the new queen. He also decided to cultivate Li Lingtian as the crown prince. After peering into Li Lingshan's past, Gu An sighed to himself. Having a strong background as a mother indeed allowed for recklessness. However, Li Lingshan's life grid was also extraordinary. He was born overseas, and during his birth, there were thunderstorms that attracted the protection of great cultivators in the family. After his birth, Li Xiandao officially married Empress Yang, and the Yang family even dispatched special guards to protect Li Lingshan's growth. Currently, there were already 2 Mahayana cultivators guarding from afar. Previously, Mahayana cultivators were rare, but now they continuously flowed into the immortal cultivation world of the 3 dynasties. Perhaps the Yang family also saw the potential of this continent and made an advance bet, with Li Xiandao, who was about to unify the 3 dynasties, being a good candidate. Li Lingtian was indeed extraordinary. No matter how much Li Xiandao hit him, he didn't cry. Instead, he stubbornly glared at Li Xiandao. This boy was simply a little demon king, and in the future, Li Xiandao and Li Ye would probably suffer. Uncle, that's enough. The child can be taught slowly in the future. Right now, he didn't actually do anything wrong. It was just his way of speaking. I didn't feel offended. Gu An spoke up, giving Li Xiandao a way out. After hearing this, Li Xiandao looked embarrassed. He looked at Gu An and said, "This boy is naturally strong and has a small mind. It's better not to let him compete with your disciple, lest he really remembers it." Li Lingtian climbed down from his father's leg and hid beside Gu An, grabbing Gu An's arm and sticking his tongue out at Li Xiandao. Gu An could feel Li Lingshan's strength. This boy was only 8 years old, yet it seemed he could easily crush a stone. "It's okay. My disciple is also very strong," Gu An said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Xiandao could only shake his head and not persuade further. He thought that in this world, only and how could be compared to his youngest son. Even LV Xian was not as talented as Li Lingtian. After that, Li Xiandao changed the topic to talk about Sword Venerable Fudao. At the mention of this topic, Gu An became excited and discussed it eagerly with him. Li Xiandao thought he was also an admirer of Sword Venerable Fudao, which was quite normal. Even he, the Emperor of Taizong, felt his blood surge upon hearing about Sword Venerable Fudao's deeds, much less ordinary cultivators with low cultivation levels. After chatting for an ancient hour, Li Xiandao left with Li Lingtian. Before leaving, Li Lingtian waved at Gu An and said, "Senior brother Gu, don't let Yang Jian forget this matter. When I grow up, I will come to duel with him." Gu An nodded with a smile, secretly looking forward to Li Lingshan's defeat. In terms of ultimate lifespan, Yang Jian's was higher. In terms of age, Yang Jian was older. And in terms of teachers, could Li Lingtian find a master like the carefree primordial immortal? Given that Li Xiandao treated him well, he would properly guide Li Lingtian to prevent him from straying onto the wrong path. After collecting the medicinal herbs, Gu An rode the Blood Prison Great Saint to leave. After traveling 100 miles away from Tianya Valley, the Blood Prison Great Saint said, "Master, that boy's chi blood is not simple." He could tell at a glance that Li Lingshan's bones were extraordinary and his chi fortune was special. "Indeed, not simple. But do you think he can compare to Jianer?" Gu An asked casually. "Definitely not. There is no one more monstrous than that boy." Mentioning Yang Jian, the blood prison great saint sighed deeply. He watched Yang Jian transcend the mundane, which made him revere Guan even more. It was Guan who discovered Yang Jian. Otherwise, Yang Jian might have been as mediocre as other disciples in the valley for a lifetime. The cultivation technique I taught you must be diligently practiced. 1,000 years later, this world might be a completely different place. Even if Mahayana remains powerful, its status will surely be lower than now. Master, rest assured, I will not disgrace you. It's not about disgracing me. You cultivate for yourself. Hee, I plan to follow you for life. You, Oxhead, are you planning on sticking with me? I hope Master will show mercy. The collapse of the Seven Stars spirit realm caused greater turmoil over the ocean. When Guan went to Immortal Seeking Island, many people were discussing it. At the private gathering of Sage Tanghai that he attended, those cultivators were also amazed by Sword Venerable Fudao's strength. After this battle, the name of Sword Venerable Fudao spread across the sea, gaining wider fame than on the continent. The turmoil at sea didn't affect the continent. The Star Sea congregations and the surrounding major forces did not dare touch the continent where Sword Venerable Fudao resided. Instead, many cultivators rushed to the continent seeking opportunities. In this context, the continent welcomed peace. Guan's life also became more stable. He focused on planting medicinal herbs, waiting for the outer world cave to yield a harvest. During the waiting period, he continuously expanded the cave, planting more medicinal herbs. Nowadays, he could move the outer world cave, so he felt more secure in planting. Tian Qing and Tian Bai helped Tian Yaoer with many affairs, and there had been no incidents in the outer world cave and Yanchu cave. In the blink of an eye, time flew by. 10 years passed. This year, Xiaochuan released his primordial reincarnation skill, breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm. His ultimate lifespan reached 286 years, far less than Yilan's. This was related to his attitude towards cultivation. He was not as diligent as Yilan. No matter what, Xiaochuan could at least live another 100 years. After releasing his cultivation level, Xiaochuan bade farewell to Guan. He planned to return to his hometown and experience the life of an ordinary person again. If possible, he would have children. Although Guan did not see him off, he protected Xiaochuan along the way with his divine sense, fearing any mishap. Half a month later, when Xiaochuan returned to his hometown, Guan temporarily shifted his attention away from him. In the middle of summer, the Third Medicine Valley welcomed visitors. Guan personally greeted them and saw a man and woman walking from the valley entrance. Yang and I, Divinity Transformation Stage 5th Level 318/1200/1360, Liling Tian, Foundation Establishment Realm 9th Layer 18/350/8999. Guan's gaze fell on Yang and I. She was Li Ya's mother's younger sister. When the ephemera sect caused trouble back then, she was involved. After protecting Guan for a while, she left. Over the years, Guan would occasionally catch glimpses of her with his divine sense. She wandered all over, cultivating in various places. She occasionally encountered trouble, but on the whole lived fairly well. Yang and I was dressed in red, with a treasure sword at her waist. Her face was still as delicate. She seemed a bit dazed seeing Guan from afar. The boy she once needed to protect had now become a core formation realm cultivator, and his appearance had also greatly changed. Following Yang and I, Li Lingtian glanced around, seemingly looking for someone. The 18-year-old Li Lingtian wore white clothes with gold patterns and a golden dragon pearl crown on his head. He had an elegant demeanor. Honestly, Guan thought he was more handsome than Li Ya. The arrival of these two attracted many disciples' attention, but seeing Guan personally step up to greet them, they did not approach. Yang and I, long time no see. Guan said with a smile as he approached the two. Yang and I eyed Guan and said, "It's been years, you boy. Your aura has changed greatly. You finally look like a cultivator." Guan smiled and said, "Not too bad." He looked at Li Lingnan, pretended to hesitate and asked, "You are?" Li Lingnan also eyed Guan, then laughed and said, "Senior brother Gu, it's me, Li Ling. I have come to fulfill my appointment." After saying this, His gaze drifted into the distance, searching for Yang Jian. Guwen shook his head and chuckled, then invited Yang and I and Li Lingtian to sit down and chat. However, Li Lingtian insisted on a duel first. Guwen had no choice but to call Yang Jian, then he took them out of the valley to find a secluded place for the duel. Li Lingtian thought Guwen was worried about losing face, so he did not refuse. Along the way, Li Lingtian kept staring at Yang Jian with eager eyes, making Yang Jian uncomfortable. 10 years had passed, and Yang Jian's cultivation level had reached the 8th layer of the core formation realm, his apparent cultivation level brought up to the foundation establishment realm. Guwen walked in front, chatting with Yang and I, catching up on old times. She had many things to say upon seeing Guwen again. She didn't come with Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian had insisted on coming when he overheard Li Xiandao arrange for her to come to the Supreme Sect. Empress Yang also has the surname Yang, I wonder, Guwen suddenly asked. Yang and I glared at him and said, "Don't ask. We can't compare to the Empress Yang family." Clearly, although they shared the same surname, they were not related. Li Ya's mother, Ms. Yang, was the woman Li Xiandao once loved most. He even gave her the heavenly resident sword. Now Li Lingshan's mother also had the surname Yang, making Guwen speculate a lot. Could it be that Li Xiandao was drawn to Empress Yang because of her last name rather than her background? By the way, that boy Li Lingtian has no sense of control. If he hurts your disciple, don't mind. Don't worry, I will be watching carefully and intervene promptly to prevent serious injury. Yang and I reminded. Guwen smiled and said, "It's fine. They are both in the foundation establishment realm. It's normal to get hurt during a duel." If Li Lingtian was about to be beaten to death, he would also intervene. Behind them, Li Lingtian looked at Yang Jian and finally spoke. "You are called Yang Jian? Why this name?" Yang Jian replied, "Because I liked reading Investiture of the Gods and Journey to the West when I was young. Coincidentally, I also like it. But I prefer Sun Wukong. Is it Yang Jian versus Sun Wukong today? I just don't know if you are the real Yang Jian." Li Lingtian said with a grin. Yang Jian glanced at him and said, "I also like Sun Wukong. Whether I'm the real Yang Jian, this fake Sun Wukong will soon know." Chapter 255. Vulnerable Guwen and Yang and I, walking in front, could hear the tension in the voices of Yang Jian and Li Lingtian. Guwen didn't mind. After all, it was Li Lingtian who first provoked Yang Jian. While he taught Yang Jian to be humble, he couldn't allow him to develop a meek personality that got bullied. Yang and I, on the other hand, didn't expect Guwen's disciple to have such a tough character. From what she remembered, Guwen had always had a gentle disposition. However, against Li Lingtian, being too tough could be a disadvantage. Although Yang and I didn't like Li Lingtian, she had to admit that his talent was extraordinarily strong, almost like an immortal descended to the mortal realm. After a while, the four of them reached the woods. Without waiting for Guwen and Yang and I to speak, Yang Jian and Li Lingtian had already squared off. Li Lingtian asked, "What rules do you need?" He could see that Yang Jian's cultivation level was lower than his, so he wanted Yang Jian to set the rules. Li Lingtian never liked bullying others. Yang Jian looked at him calmly and said, "Let's just fight directly. They'll show mercy." Although Yang Jian didn't know Li Lingshan's identity, he had to show Guwen respect since Yang and I and Guwen seemed to be on cordial terms. Hearing Yang Jian's words, Li Lingtian was momentarily stunned. This guy really didn't give in. Li Lingtian didn't think much of it. After all, this was his first battle since he started cultivating, something he had anticipated for 10 years. "Then let's fight." Li Lingtian let out a loud laugh, moved his feet, and a fierce wind scattered the surrounding leaves. He dashed towards Yang Jian like lightning, his legs sweeping out like a long whip, exceedingly fierce. Yang Jian reacted just as quickly, almost instantly lifting his knee to block Li Lingshan's sweeping leg. Li Lingshan's eyes widened, and his smile became ferocious. Yang Jian's strength excited him greatly. Such fast reactions, Yang and I said, standing next to Gu and Yang Jian surprised her. Both Li Lingtian and Yang Jian, with merely their speed and reactions, had already surpassed Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Yang and I even thought she wasn't this strong when she was in the core formation realm. It turned out Guwen really had confidence. Li Lingtian leveraged the force to jump back, his body stretching in midair. He punched out, and spiritual power formed a golden dragon shadow that charged at Yang Jian. A dragon's roar exploded, echoing through the woods. Yang Jian didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced, dispersing the dragon's shadow with a wave of his hand and stepping up to Li Lingtian. Li Lingshan's pupils contracted suddenly. Bang! Yang Jian struck Li Lingshan's abdomen with his elbow, causing Li Lingshan's eyes to widen and his mouth to open, spitting out blood. Immediately, Yang Jian's fists and kicks followed like a storm, beating Li Lingshan's body severely, making him feel like a sandbag, unable to stay grounded. This is impossible. Yang Ni's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew Li Lingshan's strength well. Although he hadn't sparred with others, Li Xiandao had prepared many puppets as grindstones for him. In her view, Li Lingtian had already surpassed the foundation establishment realm. If he had not spent so much time practicing spells and divine skills, his cultivation would have reached the core formation realm by now. Such a monstrous talent being beaten so completely? It was unbelievable. Yang Jian's fist and kick speed even made this divinity transformation realm cultivator quite shocked. As Yang Jian engaged in battle, she could sense an extremely dangerous aura from him, something she had never felt before. Although Yang Jian's cultivation level couldn't threaten her, she felt an inexplicable reverence. Seeing that Li Lingtian was about to be beaten to death, Yang Ni was about to intervene but was stopped by Guwen. Don't worry, Jenner knows his limits. This is a good opportunity to temper this prince's character, otherwise, he'll create too many enemies in the immortal cultivation world with his arrogance, Guwen said with a smile. Yang Ni glanced at him, looking at his profile, and felt somewhat dazed. Why was he so calm? She suddenly felt that Guwen must have gone through a lot over the years she was away. The key question was how such a talented individual could have taken Guwen as his master? Yang Ni turned her gaze to Yang Jian. She had to admit, at this moment, Yang Jian looked like the true genius, and Li Lingtian appeared so incapable, completely unable to display his talent. Soon, Yang Jian landed, raising his right leg to use his foot to catch Li Lingshan's body. At this moment, Li Lingshan's clothes were torn, his hair disheveled, his face covered in blood, and his body appeared extremely feeble. Yang Jian slowly placed Li Lingtian down with one foot. Throughout, his expression didn't change, as if this battle hadn't given him any sense of achievement. Li Lingtian lay on the ground, barely opening his eyes. Yang Jian stood in front of him, looking down at him. For the first time, Li Lingtian saw someone from this angle, feeling almost crushed inside. He hadn't expected the battle to turn out this way. Yang Jian was faster, his fists and feet heavier, and his cultivation level was lower. He could feel that Yang Jian didn't even use spiritual power, relying solely on speed and qi to beat him. Why was it like this? Could it be that I am not the most talented in the world? Li Lingshan's eyes lost their sparkle, and he buried his face in the ground, his shoulders trembling. He cried. He couldn't accept his defeat. Guwen walked over, and Yang Jian quickly saluted him. Seeing Yang Jian's respect towards Guwen, Yang Ni's expression became more peculiar. Guwen squatted beside Li Lingtian and said softly, "Your talent is indeed rare, but you must always maintain a reverence for the world. Remember, there are always people stronger than you. If your opponent today had been your enemy, you would be dead." Li Lingtian clenched his fists, his body trembling even more violently. Yang Ni said nothing. After the initial shock, she even felt somewhat gloating. The whole journey, Li Lingshan's arrogance was unbearable for her, and seeing someone put him in his place was rather satisfying. She didn't like Li Lingtian, and had even less fondness for Empress Yang. Yang Jian remained silent. He felt he wasn't qualified to teach Li Lingtian. The only reason he was stronger was that he had a master that others didn't have. Guwen took out an elixir and fed it to Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian slowly got up, turned towards Yang Jian, and even though his face was bloody, his expression was still stubborn. "I won't accept this. I will win next time," Li Lingtian said through gritted teeth. Yang Jian raised his hand, scaring Li Lingtian into retreating behind Guwen. But on closer inspection, Yang Jian was simply saluting him. Li Lingtian, both relieved and embarrassed, wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Yang and I laughed. With your current state, you still dare to challenge him again? Perhaps you should focus on becoming stronger first. Li Lingtian took a deep breath and looked at Guan. Senior brother Gu, can I stay in your medicine valley? He wanted to see how Yang Jian usually trained. All his life, he hadn't been lazy, and he even had no friends, dedicating himself entirely to cultivation. But this complete defeat was difficult to accept. No problem, if you have any issues in the valley, go to Jenner. After all, he's technically your junior, Guan said with a smile, causing Li Lingtian to brighten up. Yang Jian felt a headache coming on. 10 years ago, he had heard Guan mention Li Lingtian, which gave him pressure. Now, it seemed Li Lingtian was just like this. His real opponent was still that senior brother he had never met. So, the four of them left the woods and returned to the third medicine valley. The disciples in the valley were curious about what had happened when they saw the previously high-spirited Li Lingtian looking so pitiful. Yang and I didn't stay long. After chatting with Guan for a while, she flew off to the inner sect, seemingly carrying out a mission. After handing Li Lingtian over to Yang Jian, Guan went upstairs to read. Until evening, Li Lingtian, now dressed in clean clothes, walked out of his courtyard, not seeing Yang Jian, so he wandered around. Soon he was attracted by some disciples playing chess and went over to watch. Unfortunately, neither Go nor Chinese chess interested him. His eyes were caught by the passing Blood Prison Great Saint. Blood Prison Great Saint was cursing, frustrated after failing to catch a white spirit rat. Li Lingtian approached and asked, "You, Oxhead, you seem pretty unique. What's your name?" Blood Prison Great Saint glared at him and replied, "Bull Demon King, ever heard of it?" After speaking, Blood Prison Great Saint continued on, ignoring Li Lingtian. He remembered Li Lingtian. 10 years ago, he thought Li Lingtian might be a remarkable figure. Who knew he'd be helpless in front of Yang Jian? Useless. Li Lingtian stood there, mumbling, "There's Yang Jian and Bull Demon King. Is Master Pewdie also here?" If there was no Master Pewdie, how could Yang Jian be so strong? But he didn't think of Guan as Master Pewdie because Guan didn't seem that strong. On a hot summer day, inside the imperial study, Li Xiandao sat at the desk, frowning as he read the letters on the desk. After a while, a figure walked quickly in, came to the desk, and bowed deeply. This person was clad in intricate armor, exuding charisma, with a stern face and fierce eyes. This was Yi Yan, a disciple taken by Guan in the Mystic Valley. After a century, Yi Yan was no longer the ordinary youth he once was but a general with a formidable presence. Li Xiandao asked, "How much do you know about your master?" Yi Yan frowned and asked, "My master? What happened to him?" He didn't answer immediately. Although he hadn't seen Guan for a long time, he remembered the grace given to him and wanted to protect his master even against Li Xiandao. Li Xiandao waved his hand, sending the letters on the desk to Yi Yan. Yi Yan took them and read carefully. His expression changed dramatically, showing shock. How is this possible? The Crown Prince's prowess is by no means simple, yet he was utterly defeated by a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator? Yang Jian, my master's disciple? Yi Yan muttered to himself. He had met Li Lingtian and even taught him spear techniques. Li Lingshan's talent once made him lament the unfairness of the heavens. He even suspected Li Lingtian was an immortal reincarnate. Last year, Li Lingtian had shown power comparable to the core formation realm. How could such a talent lose to a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator? Li Xiandao pondered. With Guan's abilities, he couldn't have taught such a disciple alone. Do you think someone more powerful is behind him? Though often troubled by Li Lingshan's arrogance, Li Xiandao hadn't expected such a crushing defeat. It left him feeling uneasy. Chapter 256 Former Lord of Divine Exotic City in the Imperial Study. Upon hearing Li Zuando's words, Yi Yan replied, "I am not sure either. When I left that year, I hadn't seen Master make acquaintances with any great cultivator." He was also puzzled in his heart. He felt that Mystic Valley had extraordinary chi fortune. Su Han, who had disturbed the Taizong dynasty's immortal cultivation world decades ago, was his senior brother. To this day, whenever he thought of Su Han, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Back then he, Zhen Qin, and Su Han followed Gu into the Third Medicine Valley to cultivate. Who could have imagined that they would each achieve such accomplishments? Although Su Han's life or death was unknown, the commotion he caused had already proven his strength. They were no longer the insignificant minor cultivators they once were. After hearing his words, Li Xiandao did not speak further but fell into deep thought. For a while, the imperial study was engulfed in silence. Each harbored their own thoughts, wondering if there was a powerful figure behind Guan. After a long time, Li Xiandao spoke, "You may leave now. The negotiations with the great Jiang dynasty are nearing conclusion. You need to prepare to go to sea. This matter concerns the 1,000-year plan of Taizong, and it must not be taken lightly." "Yes." Yi Yan accepted the order, then saluted and left. Li Xiandao gazed out the window, his eyes wandering. "I must advance to Mystic Heart soon, or many things cannot proceed." Li Xiandao thought silently. Compared to Li Lingxian's achievements, he cared more about his own. To this day, only LV Xian knew that he had hidden his cultivation level, and now even LV Xian was unsure of his true level. Li Xuando's ambitions were grand. He wanted to be an immortal emperor, eternally in power. For this, he needed strength to protect himself. Li Lingtian's suffering this setback was also good. It would make him more diligent in his cultivation, ensuring he didn't create trouble for his imperial authority. Thinking of this, Li Xiandao smiled. "Yang Jian, not bad. I will look forward to your future." Under the blue sky and white clouds, among the mountains, Li Yo was meditating on the lake. He was bare-chested, surrounded by mist. His hair floated continuously, and his whole body exuded a powerful aura, causing the lake's surface to shimmer like a sword's light. A figure leaped over the towering mountains, descending from the sky and landing on the lake, causing a flurry of ripples. His feet did not touch the lake's surface. It was Zhang Buku. Zhang Buku wore a robe made of animal pelts, his long hair reaching his waist. His entire demeanor was wild. Hands on his hips, he laughed and said, "Brotherly, and how has caused another big commotion recently? Do you want to know?" Li Yi did not open his eyes, answering, "Go ahead, what has he done now?" The three of them joined the Star Sea congregations together. Although Li Yi held the divine exotic city and was renowned within the sect, his growth speed could not compare to Anhao. Anhao was the greatest genius in the history of the Supreme Sect, and it was the same in the Star Sea congregations. He made all other geniuses pale in comparison. He has mastered the flame primordial treasure body. It is said that this physique could dominate the mortal world in ancient times. Although the Star Sea congregations have the method of cultivation, he is the first person to succeed in tens of thousands of years. Zhang Buku sighed. Since ingesting a demon core, his talent had also transformed, making him a genius. But compared to Anhao, he still fell short. When they met, it was always awkward since they both came from the Supreme Sect. They had to be polite, but Zhang Buku disliked Anhao. This dislike had no reason. For some reason, looking at Anhao's face always made him feel annoyed, as if he had seen Anhao somewhere before. Li Yi opened his eyes, frowning. He had always regarded Anhao as his goal, but the more he chased, the more powerless he felt. Anhao seemed to be the protagonist of this world, making everyone else fade into insignificance. The flame primordial treasure body, he had heard of it. Once mastered, the person would transform into a radiant sun, invincible in the world. Zhang Buku continued, "The sect is planning to explore the sea-breaking rift today. I have signed up. Are you going?" Li Yi shook his head and said, "I still need to improve my cultivation level. I don't want to go." "Of course, if you want me to accompany you, it's not impossible." Zhang Buku snorted, "I don't want you to come with me. Being with you is too unlucky. I mainly came to tell you this so you wouldn't be looking for me." Li Yi glared at him and replied irritably, "Hurry up and go, you're the unlucky one." The two started bickering again. When Zhang Buku mentioned Gu and Li Yi conceded. Zhang Buku left satisfied. Liya watched Zhang Buku's departing figure, cursing silently that when Zhang Buku returned, he would give him a good lesson. Another year of the spring festival had arrived. In the third Medicine Valley, the disciples were busy hanging lanterns and decorations. Li Lingtian was also bustling with the disciples, mainly following Yang Jian. Seeing Yang Jian busy, he had no choice but to follow. In the pavilion, Gu Wen was discussing a peculiar book with Shen Zhen. The two were expressing their views, arguing vehemently, neither convincing the other. Suddenly, it seemed Gu Wen sensed something, frowning. Shen Zhen noticed the change in his expression, waved her hand in front of him and asked, "What? Are you angry?" Gu Wen shook his head and said, "No, I just thought of something and got distracted." "Thinking about something? You don't respect me." Shen Zhen glared, angry. She stood up, put the book on the table into her storage bag and then left. Gu Wen did not stop her. He couldn't be bothered to cater to her whims. He sat back in the treasured chair that Shen Zhen had occupied earlier, communicating with the divine exotic immortal spirit in his heart. "Are you sure?" he asked in his heart. The voice of the divine exotic immortal spirit sounded, "Sure, it's definitely his aura. Although I have never seen him, the city retains his aura. I cannot be mistaken. The former master of divine exotic city is in that rift." The rift it mentioned was the one that spanned the ocean. Its appearance had even led to rumors of a world-destroying sea tide. The divine exotic immortal spirit had just sensed the aura of the former master of divine exotic city from that rift. Gu Wen wanted to know the former master's cultivation level from it, but unfortunately, it did not know. In its words, the divine exotic city had been born after it left that person's hands. This was true for all immortal spirit treasures. They could only serve one master. Once the master perished, the immortal spirit would also vanish. At this moment, Liya was still in the Star Sea congregations, far from the ocean rift. Only the divine exotic immortal spirit sensed that aura. When Gu Wen looked at the rift, he saw many cultivators fleeing from it, as if something terrifying was chasing them. When his divine sense approached the rift, he felt a powerful aura that deterred him from recklessly probing further. The presence that he could feel was strong. There might be a carefree primordial immortal hidden in the rift. Gu Wen withdrew his divine sense, no longer paying attention to it. The world had countless major forces, and there were numerous great cultivators. As long as they didn't threaten him, he was too lazy to meddle. After all, that rift was extremely remote from the mainland, separated by 2 continents and countless islands. Gu Wen chatted with the divine exotic immortal spirit for a while longer. Once he was sure that the former master could no longer control divine exotic city, he felt relieved. He got up and went downstairs. As he walked down the stairs, he saw the busy disciples in the valley, and a smile appeared on his face. The calamities in this world never cease, but if they can be delayed by a few decades, it can grant a generation a stable life. Gu Wen thought this and then walked towards the place where the most disciples were gathered. Under an old tree, dozens of disciples were gathered, discussing fervently. Among them were 2 people playing Go, one of whom was the 9-fingered Divine Lord. The other was the best Go player in the valley, one of the senior disciples in the valley, respectfully addressed as Elder Lu. He had stayed in the Third Medicine Valley for 100 years, from youth to old age. Because of his modest cultivation talent, he never thought of leaving the valley. At this moment, Elder Lu was frowning deeply, with his right hand holding the Go piece trembling, hesitant to play. The 9-fingered Divine Lord's expression was calm, but he was internally sighing in relief. This old man's Go skills were too formidable. He almost lost. Since playing Go in the Third Medicine Valley, the 9-fingered Divine Lord had become fascinated with the game, feeling that it contained infinite mysteries similar to the essence of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, he frequently came to the Third Medicine Valley to play. Go was invented by Gu Wen and had yet to be widely promoted. Currently, it was only popular in the Medicine Valley. Gu Wen created Go merely out of boredom. He did not intend to promote it. Even in his past life, he was simply an enthusiast of the game. At this moment, Gu Wen squeezed through the crowd and saw Elder Lu sweating profusely. He couldn't help but say, "Xiao Lu, why don't I play for you?" Shameless wandering immortal, bullying my Medicine Valley mortals? Intolerable. Elder Lu looked up and saw it was Guwen, then quickly stepped aside. The other disciples were excited. In their minds, Guwen was the best Go player since he invented the game. As Guwen sat down, the Nine-Finger Divine Lord smiled and said, "Little friend, do you think there is still a chance in this game?" Guwen laughed. "If you came 3 moves later, there would indeed be no hope." The smile on the Nine-Finger Divine Lord's face froze instantly. A wandering immortal's prowess in Go lay in their ability to simulate countless possibilities in an instant, choosing the best moves. From the first move Elder Lu made, the Nine-Finger Divine Lord had already seen the outcome. Knowing the rules of Go, the Nine-Finger Divine Lord could surely win against ordinary folks. However, it was precisely because he could simulate countless possibilities that he appreciated the subtleties of the game. He did not play Go to win but to experience the process and comprehend his own Taoist sorcery within the game. He did not expect Guwen to see through his strategy. Under his gaze, Guwen placed a piece on the board, turning the tides instantly, making him frown. He immediately placed a piece, and Guwen followed suit. Unlike others who played slowly, these two played at lightning speed. They were competing in their ability to simulate. The disciples around them watched, barely daring to breathe. Li Lingtian also squeezed in to join the excitement. Seeing the aura of the two playing, he was interested in Go for the first time. One piece after another, the sound of pieces being placed formed a melody, exuding a sharp aura. Suddenly, the Nine-Finger Divine Lord paused, withdrew his hand hanging in the air, placed the piece down, and said, "I lost." As soon as he said this, cheers erupted around them. Elder Lu wiped the sweat off his forehead, revealing a broad smile. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord stared at Guwen, as if trying to see through him. Though this boy had an extraordinary aura, his cultivation and physique were not impressive. How did he manage to win? Chapter 257, Variables. Night fell, and fireworks rose in the Third Medicine Valley, brilliant and beautiful. The pavilion area was filled with dining tables, with over 1,000 people toasting and drinking, making for a spectacular scene. Guwen ignored the Nine-Finger Divine Lord's gaze and chatted with Yu Yingying next to him, inquiring about Lu Lingjun's situation. He had actually always been following up on Lu Lingjun. Lu Lingjun's Ascension sect had already been established and had joined forces with the Supreme sect to occupy an island. They were currently busy mining spirit mines. Overall, things were going smoothly. Yu Yingying had always been in correspondence with Lu Lingjun. In the Immortal cultivation world, letters were either exchanged using spells or Dharma treasures or delivered by demon pets. Yu Yingying came from the Star Sea congregations and had communication means connected with the ocean. After chatting for a while, Guwen took the opportunity to leave and went to the Mystic Valley to visit the disciples there. It wasn't until late at night when the disciples returned to their rooms that he went to the Nianchu cave to celebrate the festival with Tian Yaoer and the other 2 girls. Unlike others, Tian Yaoer and the 2 girls no longer had family. They would follow him for their whole lives, so every year during festivals, Guwen would never forget them. While enjoying the delicacies, Guwen was also concerned about Tian Yaoer's cultivation. Tian Yaoer had now reached the 6th level of the divinity transformation realm. It was not slow progress at all. She was already talented, and with the continuous consumption of medicinal herbs and elixirs, her cultivation progressed rapidly. More than her cultivation level, Guwen was more concerned about her achievements in the primordial earth immortal skill and the limitless freedom step. Cultivation level is the main trunk of the tree, but spells and divine skills are the branches and leaves. Both are indispensable. Tian Yaoer was very proud of her cultivation achievements, holding her delicate nose high, looking quite complacent. Guwen was worried she might slack off, so he spoke about the cultivation progress of An Hao and Yang Jian, though he didn't mention their names, only referring to them as 2 disciples. As she listened, Tian Yaoer's head gradually lowered. Tian Qing and Tian Bai, sitting on either side of Guwen, listened as if they were hearing a story, occasionally exclaiming, making Tian Yaoer feel even worse. When Guwen finished, Tian Yaoer pouted and said, "What's so great about them? Sooner or later, he'll surpass them." Guwen laughed and said, You are also considered my disciple. Why don't you formally acknowledge me as your master? No way. Absolutely not. Tian Yaoer stood up immediately, excitedly speaking with her eyes wide open and her teeth gritting, looking somewhat demonic rather than her usual cute self. Guwen helplessly said, "Why are you so agitated?" "Not the not. I am unwilling to accept anyway." Tian Yaoer sat down and turned her head away. Tianqing chuckled and said, "The young lady doesn't want to be a disciple. She wants to be the mistress." Hearing this, Tian Yaoer's pretty face turned a bright red. She wasn't angry, and Guwen noticed that she stealthily gave a thumbs up to Tianqing, a very concealed action hiding under her sleeves. Tian Bai joined in the fun, teasing Tian Yao. Tian Yaoer tried to clear it up, but the more she explained, the worse it got. Guwen watched their stage performance and secretly sighed. Looks like I need to help them improve their acting skills in the future. It's too clumsy. It won't be reliable to let them handle tasks. That night, at their persistent request, Guwen chose to stay overnight. Under the tree, Guwen leaned against the trunk, holding a book in his hands. Tian Yaoer was reading Journey to the West, but her mind was entirely on him. She looked at the mask on Guwen's face, wanting to take it off but afraid Guwen would get angry. Though their relationship was already close, she always feared losing everything. Even when acting spoiled, she gauged Guwen's tone, afraid of his displeasure. "You want to take off my mask?" Guwen suddenly asked. Tian Yaoer instinctively wanted to deny it but couldn't help nodding upon hearing his gentle tone. Upon hearing this, Guwen took off his mask and placed it on Tian Yaoer's face. Tian Yaoer hurriedly pulled off the mask, thinking Guwen was teasing her, only to realize that Guwen hadn't put on another mask. Seeing Guwen's handsome face, she was stunned. Because Guwen always wore a mask, she always thought the worst, imagining he had an ugly or frightening face. She didn't expect such good looks. The reason Guwen was willing to remove his mask was that after so many years of interaction, Tian Yaoer was already completely isolated from external causes and effects. Even if she knew his true face, it wouldn't matter. Of course, the most important reason was that he was strong enough. Though not unmatched in the world, he could at least face all causes and effects on this land. "I know you've always wanted to see my face. Tonight, I'm letting you be happy. From tonight onwards, you must work harder in your cultivation. Stop overthinking. Since I've accepted you, I will not abandon you. You are destined to be the longest companion with me. Look to the long term. One day, I will take you out to travel and see the world. Like the green bull spirit under Lord Lao Zi of the Great Monad in Journey to the West, it could trouble Sun Wukong. I hope you can also stand alone in the future. Your strength is my honor." Guwen spoke sincerely. These words were from his heart. Be it An Hao or Yang Jian, one day they would eventually leave him. Yi Lan also had her own cultivation journey. Regardless of how many years she had left, Tian Yaoer, with a maximum lifespan of 18,000 years, was the one who could accompany him the longest. Tian Yaoer was deeply moved after hearing this. She nodded heavily and said, "Master, don't worry. I won't let you down. I will also train Tianqing and Tian Bai well. I am your honor. They are my honor. If they can become top experts in the world, it will make you even prouder." Guwen laughed and said, "Just like what's written in the Supreme Immortal Venerable? In the future, if they offend others and need you to step in, which forces me to step in." Tian Yaoer giggled and said, "Yes, beat the small ones first, then the big ones. You are the older one." "Nonsense, your master will always be young. You do look young." They started chatting, envisioning the future. Guwen also enjoyed talking. He could only talk about the future with Tian Yaoer. It was impossible with others around him because they didn't know his cultivation level. Even if they knew, how could mortals talk about the future with immortals? It's not that he didn't want to, but it was hard to connect on the same level. The next morning, Guwen arrived at the third Medicine Valley. As soon as he stepped off the transmission array platform, the Nine-Finger Divine Lord greeted him, trying to pull him, but he quickly withdrew and asked in a deep voice, "Senior, what do you want to do?" The Nine-Finger Divine Lord withdrew his hand, coughed, and said, "I want to have another game with you, no, a best of 3. He also realized he was a bit presumptuous but felt Gu An's reaction was too excessive. If he intended to harm Guan wouldn't be able to escape. Little did he know, Guan wasn't afraid of being harmed by him but was afraid of accidentally shocking him to death. In the face of Taoist gang primal energy, the Nine-Finger Divine Lord and Guoguhong made no difference. "Alright, let's play," Guan said with a stern face. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord didn't mind and turned to lead the way. "Today, I'll defeat you utterly," Guan thought to himself. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord had almost cost him a wandering immortal's life and must be properly punished. Half an incense stick's time later, Guan stood up and stretched. The disciples around noticed the Nine-Finger Divine Lord's grim face and dispersed, leaving only the two of them under the tree. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord stared at the chessboard, his eyes vacant. He couldn't accept this reality. In the distance, Li Lingtian stood beside Yang Jian, curiously asking, "Who is that Taoist? He seems quite extraordinary." Yang Jian replied, "He is an elder of the Supreme Sect. Do you think his background is significant or not?" After speaking, he turned around and continued sweeping the grounds. Li Lingtan observed the Nine-Finger Divine Lord and thought to himself that the elders of the Supreme Sect should be quite powerful, shouldn't they? Why not find an opportunity to spar with him? Li Lingtian urgently needed a victory to build his confidence. The cultivation of other disciples in the valley was too weak to mention. He couldn't bypass Yang Jian to challenge Guan, so he set his sights on the Nine-Finger Divine Lord. This old man liked playing chess with mortals. Maybe he could also spar with him, a junior. He could ask him to suppress his cultivation realm to the core formation realm. He wanted to see if he could fight across realms. Although losing to Yang Jian deeply frustrated him, he didn't think he lacked talent. He just chose the wrong opponent. He didn't believe he could choose wrong twice. If he couldn't even beat senior brother Gu in chess, then he surely wouldn't be better in combat. Thinking of this, Li Lingtian showed a silly smile on his face. Under the tree, the Nine-Finger Divine Lord lifted his head and looked at Guan, asking in a deep voice, "Impossible. I shouldn't have lost to you. Who exactly are you?" He was a wandering immortal. Why did he lose? Guan looked up and smiled smugly, saying, "I am an immortal. What do you say to that?" "An immortal? Exactly, you can call me the chess immortal." "Get lost." Tihih. Guan turned and left, his sleeves brushing away. Watching his back, the Nine-Finger Divine Lord revealed a bitter smile. No matter how he looked at it, Guan didn't seem like a disguised great cultivator. Though his cultivation was at the level of a wandering immortal, his vision far surpassed that realm. He couldn't help but shift his gaze back to the chessboard. Could it be that he hadn't truly understood the game of Go? Even after deducing countless possibilities, so what? Go was all about variability. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord furrowed his brows, falling into deep thought. Spring passed and summer came, and the temperature of the world continued to rise. On this day, Guan brought Yang Jian and Li Lingtian to Tianya Valley. He rode on the back of the Blood Prison Great Saint's Bull, slowly moving forward. Li Lingtian followed behind, dispirited. Obviously they could fly, but instead they had to walk. Was senior brother Gu intentionally tormenting him? But seeing Yang Jian walk calmly, he could only endure. He couldn't lose to Yang Jian in this regard. Rumble. Thunder roared in the distance, and Li Lingtian turned back to see storm clouds churning on the horizon. Yang Jian seemed to sense something, stopped, turned back to look, and frowned deeply. Li Lingtian walked over and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Yang Jian ignored him, turned, and followed the Blood Prison Great Saint. Li Lingtian felt hurt. Yang Jian's indifference always made him frustrated. He understood that in Yang Jian's eyes, he wasn't worth mentioning. Yes, if he were Yang Jian, he wouldn't talk much with someone significantly weaker either. Yang Jian came up to Guan and asked, "Master, I have an uneasy feeling as if something big is going to happen." Guan replied, "Perhaps indeed a disaster is looming." Yang Jian asked in confusion, "Could it be that the Seven Stars spirit realm hasn't given up?" Guan didn't answer but instructed, "Carefully sense it. I want to know what you can feel." Chapter 258 Immortal King's True Blood. After hearing the master's instructions, Yang Jian calmed his mind and carefully sensed the surroundings. His steps didn't stop as he followed the blood prison great saint. Li Lingtian followed behind, secretly curious. He frequently looked back at the thunder clouds in the sky, but he couldn't feel anything, which made him very frustrated. Could it be that he didn't even have as much insight as Yang Jian? The speed at which the thunder clouds swept across the sky was fast. Before Guan and the others reached Xianxia Valley, the thunder clouds had already swept over their heads, with torrential rain about to pour down. Yang Jian looked up at Guan and said, "Master, I feel the breath of destruction. Everything in heaven and earth might be annihilated." These words made Li Lingxian's expression strange. Is it really that mystical? He suddenly thought that Guan was not simple, profound, and unfathomable. Could Guan be hiding even greater secrets? Was it because the emperor and the crown prince knew something that they favored senior brother Gu? Li Lingtian pondered. Guan didn't continue the conversation but patted the blood prison great saint's ox back, urging him to sprint. "Let's see who gets to Xianxia Valley first." Guan left these words, and the blood prison great saint leapt forward, with the ox hooves creating wind, moving majestically, quickly rushing out of the forest. Yang Jian and Li Lingtian hurried to catch up. At the mention of a competition, Li Lingtian got excited, but to his dismay, he found himself indeed the slowest. Yang Jian was one thing, but what was the background of this uncouth ox head, and why was it so fast? Inside Xianxia Valley, Guan dismounted from the blood prison great saint's back and led Yang Jian towards the cluster of pavilions. Li Lingtian didn't follow. His gaze was fixed on the blood prison great saint, his eyes bloodshot. The blood prison great saint raised his ox head, glanced at him disdainfully, and spat out a word that nearly drove him mad. "Trash." Li Lingtian was livid, watching the blood prison great saint's back, wanting to curse back, but the words were stuck in his throat and wouldn't come out. He suddenly started doubting his life. Was he really trash? Sure, he was stronger than many, surpassing disciples of Medicine Valley and the Royal Palace, but in the grand scheme of the world, how big were those places? He remembered Guan's words, "There is always someone better out there." The more Li Lingtian thought about it, the more bewildered he became, standing dazedly in place. This time, Guan brought Yang Jian because Li Xiandao wanted to meet him. He wasn't afraid of Li Xiandao's scheming, having gotten to know him over the years. He respected Li Zuando's character, and since they were like-minded individuals, they always believed themselves to be the strongest. When Li Xiandao saw Yang Jian, he was amazed by his talent and growing fond of him. He was very enthusiastic in his questioning, showing extreme concern, which Guan thought surpassed his previous treatment of himself. When Li Lingtian entered the courtyard and saw this scene, he felt even worse. After chatting for over an ancient hour, Li Xiandao decided to give Yang Jian a gift, asking what he wanted. Yang Jian instinctively looked at Guan, which intrigued Li Xiandao. What had Guan done to enamor Yang Jian like this? He had always believed that someone more formidable was behind Guan, and that Guan was just a guise. He had suspected Guan of hiding his strength, but having known him since the age of 15, nothing could have been faked. Knowing Li Zuando's identity, Yang Jian said, "I would like a weapon I can wield comfortably, heavier but not too large." Li Xiandao laughed. "Are you serious, Yang Jian?" Yang Jian, showing an embarrassed look for the first time, nodded in agreement. Li Xiandao immediately agreed, promising to give him a satisfactory weapon within 3 years. In the end, Li Xiandao didn't extend any invitations or try to recruit Yang Jian. Guan, who had earlier considered recruiting Yang Jian for the military, realized he had been overthinking. As Guan prepared to leave, Li Xiandao instructed Li Lingtian to continue following him. Guan didn't refuse, thinking that in the third Medicine Valley with so many people, one more mouth wouldn't matter. Li Xiandao likely didn't expect him to guide Li Lingtian in anything specific. Cranes flew across the sky in rows, and the sea breeze blew into the Immortal seeking island. Guan walked through the streets with Yang Jian, and Hu Shaojian led them beside Guan. Today marked Guan's first time bringing Yang Jian to Immortal seeking island, where Yang Jian looked around in amazement, finding everything novel. He was curious about how far this island was from the supreme sect. Gu En instructed Hu Shaojian to introduce Immortal Seeking Island to Yang Jian. Hu Shaojian enthusiastically complied, leaving a good impression on Yang Jian. The more Yang Jian learned about Immortal Seeking Island, the more astonished he became. Compared to the supreme sect, Immortal Seeking Island seemed like a place of true immortals, with so many immortals coming and going frequently. As Hu Shaojian introduced the island, he also guided Gu En to purchase high-rank medicinal herb seeds. 2 ancient hours later, Gu En brought them to Sage Tang Hai's residence. Over the years, Hu Shaojian had become one of Gu An's people. During Gu An's absences, Sage Tang Hai had taken good care of him, so he was familiar with the residence. Today, many immortal path cultivators were in the residence, with more than 10 loose immortals and over 40 in the Nirvana realm. These cultivators were Sage Tang Hai's friends, who were all familiar with Gu En. Not only was Gu En a loose immortal, but his wealth was also astonishing. When discussing medicinal herb transactions on Immortal Seeking Island, Meng Lang's name often came up, making many speculate he had a powerful force behind him. Otherwise, why would he need such a vast amount of medicinal herbs? The great cultivators were very enthusiastic toward Gu An's disciple, offering various meeting gifts. Gu En had Yang Jian accept them all, as he was equally generous when these cultivators brought their disciples to visit, reciprocating the gesture. Soon, the 3 of them sat down at their own table. Hu Shaojian whispered, "The sea-breaking rift has brought calamity. It is said that a peerless evil demon is hidden within. Countless cultivators have perished in the seabed, and its true identity remains unknown." Gu En asked, "Have the great sects taken any action?" He could see the situation at the sea-breaking rift, where many cultivators and demons were heading right now. The sea-breaking rift, known as the sign of the world-destroying sea tide, is also believed by many to hold opportunities since heaven and earth had been submerged by the ocean numerous times. Each time, an era's immortal cultivation civilizations sank to the seabed. Yes, there's action from the Star Sea congregations and other great sects, but there's been no success. Instead, more people are dying, Hu Shaojian continued. Yang Jian sat on the side, listening attentively. After chatting for a while, Hu Shaojian began discussing the sea's happenings. To Yang Jian's surprise, he heard a familiar name from his mouth. And how? Having cultivated the flame primordial treasure body, and Hao's reputation soared, with everyone in awe of his incredible talent. Yang Jian had heard that Hao had gone to the Star Sea congregations to cultivate. He didn't expect him to become so renowned at sea. As a servant disciple of the Third Medicine Valley, Yang Jian knew little about Hao, only that he was the strongest talent in the Supreme Sect's history and the sect leader's disciple. To Yang Jian, Hao was always a legendary figure. He wondered what Hao's elegance was like. Yang Jian suddenly felt curious. Could it be that his master knew Hao? Hao was so powerful, it didn't seem like someone the Supreme Sect could cultivate. He had researched the Supreme Sect, and before Sword Venerable Fudeo's rise, there wasn't even one Mystic Heart Realm member. There were rumors about Hao being Sword Venerable Fudeo's disciple, but they were mostly speculations. Such rumors weren't uncommon. The immortal cultivation world was full of those suspected to be the Sword Venerable's disciples. If Hao was indeed his unseen senior brother, he would be convinced because Hao was the most brilliant talent he had heard of. The master must be extremely fond of the senior brother. Yang Jian thought silently as he looked at Gu En. Although he had been transformed now, deep down, he still harbored an inferiority complex. He wasn't born a genius. His talent was crafted by his master changing his fate against heaven, so he always feared that everything he had could disappear. His mentality was quite similar to Tian Yao. Noticing Yang Jian's gaze, Gu En didn't respond. After a while, Sage Tang Hai appeared, greeted everyone, and began explaining the purpose of the gathering. It concerned the sea-breaking rift. Upon hearing these 5 words, the cultivators began discussing fervently. Sage Tang Hai scanned the room and said in a low voice, "I received information that at the bottom of the sea-breaking rift lies a hidden world, dangerous yet containing the cave of an ancient immortal king. In the deep sea spirit palace, someone obtained the immortal king's true blood, transforming their body and comprehending divine skills, and it was by these skills they fought their way out. The cultivators couldn't help but be moved. No one knew the realm of an immortal king, but throughout history, they were always the zenith of the immortal path, with only the greatest of each era qualifying to become immortal kings. Such an opportunity, how could they not be tempted? The higher the cultivation, the more one needed such opportunities. The loose immortals present may be high and mighty on immortal-seeking island, but when it came to higher realms, they had no direction. Not just breaking major realms, even breaking a minor realm depended on fortune and opportunity. I plan to explore it, and those willing to join may sign up. I will share the information when we depart. This is extremely dangerous, and I can't guarantee safety. Think it over carefully. There is no obligation based on our relationships. Sage Tang Hai spoke sincerely. Over the years, besides holding auctions, he had occasionally organized such expeditions. Though not always successful, there were no bad rumors about him, and his character was trustworthy. The cultivators began discussing among themselves. Sage Tang Hai did not specifically invite Guwen, as every attendee was personally invited. Once inside, Guwen wasn't particularly significant. In fact, everyone was equally important. Ultimately, Guwen didn't sign up, while a third of the attendees did, while more chose to avoid the risks due to their long lifespans. After the gathering concluded, Guwen led Yang Jian back. Returning to the third Medicine Valley, Yang Jian still felt like it was a dream. This journey had been too surreal, broadening his horizons. This world was vast, and the Supreme Sect was just a drop in the ocean. Guwen began to patrol the Medicine Valley, picking the matured herbs. He wondered if he could accumulate 100 million years of lifespan before the calamity struck. From his current perspective, the sea-breaking rift wasn't enough to shake the great heavenly spirit land, which harbored many terrifying forces. Chapter 259 Reincarnation. What Guwen saw and heard on Immortal-Seeking Island was just a microcosm of the great forces at sea. Although the sea-breaking rift had the appearance of fierce demons, it also contained opportunities that countless cultivators and demons pursued eagerly. However, as long as this matter didn't affect Guwen, he was too lazy to care. Even if people he knew ventured into the sea-breaking rift, he would not stop them. Everyone had their own choices, and during the previous calamities on the continent, many people he knew were also involved. Opportunities were always obtained through struggle and adventure. When the ocean raised storms, the 155-year-old Guwen was still living a farming life. Occasionally, he used his divine sense to look at the sea-breaking rift and then at outer heaven. The influence of this sea-breaking rift was great. Guwen saw that recently more and more heaven and earth-flying immortals had returned from outer heaven. There were also increasing conflicts on the ocean. When someone brought out treasures from the sea-breaking rift, the bloodshed had already begun. Moreover, Guwen noticed a special situation that added more variables to this catastrophe and made him more wary of the sea-breaking rift. The time came to late autumn. Guwen was chatting with Yilan. The two of them stood in front of a wooden fence, watching the disciples sweep away the fallen leaves. Unifying the world is a good thing. As for whether to follow the dynasty northward, that's up to you, Guwen said. The Taitsong dynasty was about to unify the world. Li Xiandao invited the Supreme Sect to send people north to discuss with the great Jiang dynasty, firstly to show support, and secondly to go north together and establish a base in the former demon lands. Before the Heavenly Ranking Conference, the Supreme Sect's northern plans were always delayed, with someone secretly sabotaging them. Because of this, the Supreme Sect had sacrificed some disciples. Now no force dared to oppose the Supreme Sect, and the Supreme Sect was also preparing to establish a subsect in the north. Yilan was talking about going to the subsect. If she went to the subsect, her status and position would be promoted, and she was very tempted. If she didn't go, with her current cultivation level, she could only be an elder in the inner sect, but the power she would obtain would be small. Yilan hesitated. I really want to go, but am afraid I won't see you as often in the future. Guwen laughed and said, that's just the early stage. Once the teleportation array is built, you'll be able to see me whenever you want. Although Yilan liked him, her life was not only about Guwen. She couldn't revolve around him, and he also hoped that Yi Lan could live more wonderfully. The splendor of life, romantic love, was just a part of it. Especially after cultivating immortality, the weight of love was even smaller. So-called love itself began with desire. Cultivating immortality and cultivating the mind naturally could control physical desires, but spiritual desires would become greater. In the early years, Yi Lan had thrived in the outer disciple Deacon Hall, and she still had a desire for power in her heart. However, this desire was less important compared to her regard for Guan, which made her very hesitant. Hearing Guan's words, Yi Lan felt reasonable, nodded, and said teasingly, "If I leave, won't you, senior brother, feel more at ease?" Guan said indignantly, "What are you talking about? I feel at ease whether you are here or not." Yi Lan couldn't help but lightly hit him. Guan reminded her not to slack off in her practice after going to the subsect. The senior brother and sister chatted and began to reminisce about the past. As dusk approached, Yi Lan left. Guan had just sat down at his desk and was about to flip through a book when he suddenly sensed something. He directed his divine sense towards the great Jiang dynasty. The long-hidden primordial Taoist talisman had finally made a move. It merged into the abdomen of a woman from a Ji family branch, which surprised Gu and was this considered reincarnation. After reaching the carefree primordial immortal realm, Guan could already spy on the yin-yang rules of the world, but he still couldn't see where reincarnation was. Those souls would rise into the sky within 7 days after death, disappear after reaching a certain height, and those that did not rise within 7 days would turn into vengeful spirits, repelled by the heaven and earth rules. To survive, they had to harm living spirits and absorb their essence energy to enhance their ghostly energy, growing stronger step by step. After Ji Xiaoyu's death, her soul had been hiding in the primordial Taoist talisman, unlike other ghosts who persecuted living beings. Under Guan's watch, the primordial Taoist talisman completely merged with the woman's aura, as if it had disappeared out of thin air. Who knew if this Ji Xiaoyu would have the memories of her past life? Guan remembered that Ji Xiaoyu had seemed mature beyond her years as a child, unlike normal children. Perhaps she had always retained her past life memories but had hidden them well. After watching for a while, Guan withdrew his gaze. The moonlight was slightly cool, and the evening breeze blew in through the window, moving Guan's sideburns. This breeze lasted another 10 years. 10 years passed, the world changed greatly, and the territories of the 3 dynasties were unified. Only the Taizong dynasty remained, and for the people, it was truly peace under heaven. Taizong focused on development, exploring the world by sea and mining resources in the north. With the increase in resources, all industries within the dynasty flourished. The same was true for the immortal cultivation world, with new sects constantly emerging. For example, the Juhua sect was the most rapidly developing sect in these 10 years and was already one of the top 9 sects in Taizong, with the Supreme Sect ranked first and the Zongtian sect second. The subsect of the Supreme Sect had already been established, and various news kept flowing into the Supreme Sect, making all disciples feel the sect's rise. The treatment of disciples from the Medicine Valley also improved, and the time disciples stayed in the Medicine Valley began to shorten, proving that the Supreme Sect was investing more resources into their cultivation, reducing the time for servant disciples to reach foundation establishment. One day, Guan had just arrived at the 3rd Medicine Valley from Mystic Valley. He turned his head and saw a crowd in front of the nearby pavilions, all gathered to watch a Go game. He didn't know when it started, but Go had begun to be popular in the Supreme Sect, and Go masters always came to the 3rd Medicine Valley. Guan knew it was because the 9-Finger Divine Lord liked to play Go here. He had become the biggest promoter of Go. Moreover, with his current cultivation level at the Mahayana realm, the Hall of Elders couldn't help but flatter him. Last month, LV Baton had even asked him if he wanted to organize a Go tournament, but he refused. Currently, Go was only popular within the Supreme Sect, and it was too early to hold a tournament. The most important reason was that the 9-Finger Divine Lord wanted to hold the tournament in the 3rd Medicine Valley. How could he agree to that? Wouldn't that affect him planting medicinal herbs? Guan only watched for a while before heading towards his pavilion. Now the 9-Finger Divine Lord seldom asked Guan to play Go, probably focusing on improving his Go skills. The person playing Go with the Nine-Finger Divine Lord was a cultivator at the Unification Realm and also an elder of the sect. Those old cultivators whose cultivation levels had stagnated easily became addicted to Go. Guan suddenly sensed something, piquing his interest. He immediately called for the Blood Prison Great Saint and rode him towards the outer gate city. Foundation establishment realm mounts were not uncommon in the current Supreme Sect. If one stayed at the Third Medicine Valley for half a day, one would surely see disciples riding mounts flying over the Medicine Valley. "Master, why did you suddenly want to go to the outer gate city?" the Blood Prison Great Saint asked curiously. "Lu Lingjun has returned and is taking people to the Heavenly Repair Platform. She probably wants to try the Heaven-Cutting Axe," Guan replied casually. The Blood Prison Great Saint was immediately interested. He knew Lu Lingjun had founded the Ascension sect, and those she brought might be Ascenders. As Ascenders, they would naturally want to learn more about each other. The Blood Prison Great Saint's speed was very fast, and they soon arrived in front of the Heavenly Repair Platform. Compared to 10 years ago, the Heavenly Repair Platform was even more bustling, with cultivators of varying cultivation levels, from the Qi Cultivation Realm to Loose Immortal Realm, on the platform. Yes, there were Loose Immortals, and not just one. They all came from overseas. They first expressed their respect to the Sword Venerable Fudao and then openly ascended to the Heavenly Repair Platform to comprehend the sword intent of the Sword Venerable Fudao. Years ago, Guan had secretly enhanced the sword intent contained within the words, "Righteous Path." Guan dismounted and walked up to the Heavenly Repair Platform. The Bull Demon King did not ascend the platform, as mounts and demon pets were not permitted to ascend, for fear of offending the Sword Venerable Fudao. At this moment, more and more people were gathering around the Heaven-Cutting Axe. The news had spread that an overseas Loose Immortal had come to challenge the Heaven-Cutting Axe. Over the years, Loose Immortals were no longer a mysterious term within the Supreme Sect. Many people knew that Loose Immortals represented a realm, signifying immortals and the highest realm they currently recognized. Why, currently? Because the immortal cultivation world's development speed was too fast. Who knew if a higher realm name might emerge in 10 years? Of course, the Mahayana realm was still a revered existence. Zuijin stood beside the Heaven-Cutting Axe, holding the investiture of the gods. Although his eyes were on the book, he was clearly distracted. This overseas Loose Immortal was the person Lu Lingjun had brought, her master whom she had worshipped at sea. Guan joined the crowd and used lifespan detection on that person. Holy Mother of Western Spirit, Loose Immortal Realm 8th Floor 18907/24000/150000. A maximum lifespan of 150,000 years meant that the Holy Mother of Western Spirit could reach the Wandering Immortal Realm. Even in the sea area where Immortal Seeking Island was located, Wandering Immortals were exalted beings, rarely seen. The Holy Mother of Western Spirit wore a purple robe, with long white hair tied up under a bejeweled golden crown. A green scarf coiled around her elbow. Standing there, she exuded a vast pressure, inspiring awe. Although she had white hair, her appearance was youthful and beautiful, though her imposing presence made it easy to overlook this. The Holy Mother of Western Spirit approached the Heaven-Cutting Axe and examined it closely. She came to this continent specifically for Sword Venerable Fudao. This was one of the reasons she took Lu Lingjun as her disciple. Overseas great cultivators had a deeper understanding of the destruction of the Seven Stars Spirit Realm. Sword Venerable Fudao was undoubtedly the most powerful cultivator she had heard of so far. How could she not be interested? Zuijian, seeing her hesitation, said impatiently, "Hurry up. There are people waiting. When the ancient hour arrives, not even the Lord of a holy land can make an exception." Loose Immortal or whatever immortal, in the Supreme Sect, everyone had to follow the rules. The Holy Mother of Western Spirit was not angered. She raised her right hand, her snow-white palm reaching out to grasp the Heaven-Cutting Axe. She could feel that the weight was not from the Heaven-Cutting Axe itself, but from the vast mana within it. After 2 attempts, she gave up and turned to leave. This disappointed the spectators. There was little commotion, They didn't expect the Holy Mother of Western Spirit to succeed, just wanted to see the lofty Immortal in a moment of embarrassment. Lu Lingjun exchanged a few words with the Holy Mother of Western Spirit and then was about to leave when her eyes suddenly caught Guin. Guin, why are you here? Lu Lingjun transmitted her voice to Guin while waving to him. Chapter 260. Astonishing Heaven and Sea Waves. Terrifying treasure body. Seeing Lu Lingjun wave her hand, Guin could only walk up to her. He cupped his fists and saluted the Holy Mother of Western Spirit, as basic courtesies should at least be observed with a loose Immortal. The Holy Mother of Western Spirit slightly nodded, without saying anything. Lu Lingjun then pulled Guin along, and after descending from the heavenly repair platform, she took a storage bag from her waist belt and handed it to him. I won't be returning to Medicine Valley. This is something I brought for you from overseas, Lu Lingjun said softly. Guin nodded and did not question what she planned to do next. He simply told her if she ever needed his help, she could always find him in the 3rd Medicine Valley. Lu Lingjun smiled, then left with the Holy Mother of Western Spirit. Watching Lu Lingjun's departing figure, Guin thought that it seemed she was gradually distancing herself from the 3rd Medicine Valley. After all, she was now the sect leader, and how could she possibly reside long-term in Medicine Valley, let alone have her loose Immortal master live with servant disciples? The Blood Prison Great Saint walked over, secretly surprised. His master claimed to be a loose Immortal, but a loose Immortal could not possibly lift the heaven-cutting axe. He asked no more questions, thinking it was better for Guin to be stronger, as it meant his current situation was a blessing rather than a curse. Guin turned and left, planning to wander around the outer gate city. He could feel that the Holy Mother of Western Spirit's arrival was aimed at Sword Venerable Fudao, and earlier she had tried to lift the heaven-cutting axe, intending to connect with Sword Venerable Fudao. But he had no desire to meet the Holy Mother of Western Spirit. It was easy to guess that it probably had to do with the sea-breaking rift. 10 years had passed, and the disaster caused by the sea-breaking rift had only grown worse. Besides mysterious fierce demons, these years had also seen the appearance of beings called divine exotic resentful ghosts from the sea-breaking rift. Divine exotic resentful ghosts were immortal and could only be sealed. There were sects that had been massacred by these beings. The most fearsome thing was that a wandering immortal great cultivator from the Star Sea congregations had ventured into the sea-breaking rift, turned into a divine exotic resentful ghost, returned to the sea, acted recklessly, and slaughtered countless souls, forcing the Star Sea congregations to use Immortal Path supreme treasures to suppress him. Various rumors about the sea-breaking rift began to spread. Li Ye, who owned Divine Exotic City, was also being pressured, with many wanting to take his Divine Exotic City, but fortunately, the Star Sea congregations were strong enough to protect him. However, he had lost his freedom and was unable to leave the Star Sea congregations without permission. While the sea was a scene of bloody turmoil, the mainland remained tranquil, with everything harmonious, at least within the Supreme Sect. Guin sought out his friends in the outer sect for a drink, discussing upcoming interesting events or the romantic tales of the sect's aristocracy. The Supreme Sect was now very open, unlike the tense atmosphere of the past, and lower-level disciples discussing the great cultivators would not face retribution as a result. The noble families now cherished their reputations, fearing any scandal that would get them expelled from the Supreme Sect. With Sword Venerable Fudao present, the Supreme Sect had to abide by the rules of the righteous path. Of course, this was only within the Supreme Sect. If one offended a sect aristocrat, they might not act within the sect, but outside it, anything could happen. Until the night, Guin finally rode back to the valley on the Blood Prison Great Saint. He held a wine gourd, reciting poetry, which the Blood Prison Great Saint praised as fine verse. Guin thought he had good judgment, daring to praise any lousy poem, which was its own kind of realm. The arrival of the Holy Mother of Western Spirit did not shock the Supreme Sect, whose foundations were also quickly growing. Unless the Holy Mother of Western Spirit was coming to join the Supreme Sect, they would not mobilize for her. Another summer arrived. Guin lay under the mystic pure tree, staring at his attribute panel. His lifespan had reached 25 million years. Although it was still far from 100 million years, The number already gave him a sense of security. Nearby, the White Spirit Rat and the Blood Prison Great Saint were playing. Although the White Spirit Rat could not yet speak, its maximum lifespan was continually increasing, and its reflex speed was beyond what the Blood Prison Great Saint of the Foundation Establishment realm could match. Boom! A thunderous sound came from afar, alarming everyone in Medicine Valley. The Blood Prison Great Saint and the White Spirit Rat stopped and looked toward the horizon, their expressions tense. The Nine-Fingered Divine Lord, who had been playing chess, frowned and turned to look, extending his divine sense. His face quickly grew grim. Guwen was rather calm. The reason he was checking his attribute panel was that he sensed something significant was happening. Before the loud noise, a powerful force had erupted from the bottom of the sea-breaking rift, causing immense waves on either side. The waves continued to escalate and were now reaching a height of 300 zhang as they surged toward the mainland, growing larger all the time. A large number of cultivators were rushing to the scene, trying to prevent the catastrophe. Guwen sensed a massive amount of eerie energy rising from the depths of the sea-breaking rift, predicting the emergence of divine exotic resentful ghosts. Divine exotic resentful ghosts were different from the divine soul demons of divine exotic city. They had their own spiritual wisdom and even retained memories of their former selves, but their personalities had drastically changed. They killed any living spirits they encountered, which caused the turmoil in the Seabast Immortal Cultivation world. The strength of divine exotic resentful ghosts was not the frightening part. The terror lay in their retained spiritual wisdom and memories, all of which had now turned against living spirits, hence the widespread fear. Having spiritual wisdom meant they could establish rules and even posed the possibility of overturning the mortal world. Guwen rose, realizing he could not appear too indifferent, as the entire valley was in shock and he had to cooperate with the rest. He wondered whether slaying the divine exotic resentful ghosts could extend his lifespan. If so, it might be worth intervening early. Yang Jian ran over, standing next to him, and whispered, "Master, I just had an illusion of being attacked by many demons and ghosts." Fear flashed in his eyes. It was not simply an illusion. He had felt as though he had experienced a near-death event. Somewhere in the unseen, it seemed as if something terrifying was approaching him. Guwen looked at Yang Jian and suddenly noticed that his karma had become blurred. He could no longer glimpse Yang Jian's past through their karmic connection. "Don't worry, just stay by my side." "What could happen?" "Focus on your cultivation," Guwen reassured him. Actually, he himself was unsure of the reason behind it. Although he was a carefree primordial immortal, he had only lived for 166 years and did not know much about the world. He could see through the heaven and earth rules, but he had not yet reached the point of omniscience. He guessed that the visions Yang Jian saw might be related to his physique. After all, the immortal seeking Taoist had said Yang Jian had some kind of ancient treasure body. Hearing Guwen's reassurance, Yang Jian immediately felt at ease. Right, with Master around, nothing could happen to him. Guwen then walked toward where his disciples were gathered, intending to discuss the matter with everyone and maintain his image as a core formation realm cultivator. At noon, Immortal Seeking Island. In a courtyard, the Immortal Seeking Taoist looked at Guwen with a peculiar expression. He poured a cup of wine for Guwen and asked, "How did Taoist friend Meng know I was here?" He had been back at Immortal Seeking Island for many years but had stayed in his residence without going out. Guwen replied, "I knew when you first returned. Back then, a lot of people were aware. I came to see you today because my disciple encountered a problem." Upon hearing it concerned Yang Jian, the Immortal Seeking Taoist lost interest in questioning how Guwen knew he was on the island and asked about the issue instead. Guwen did not hold anything back. After listening, the Immortal Seeking Taoist's expression became complicated. He sighed and said, "Ancient treasure bodies have a self-protection instinct. His treasure body must have sensed danger, likely related to the sea-breaking rift. There may be another treasure body hidden there. I have heard that ancient treasure bodies have a competitive and perceptive nature among themselves, especially innate ancient treasure bodies which can sense each other's existence and will attempt to devour one another. If that treasure body does come from the sea-breaking rift, It might be a deceased ancient strongman who has turned into a divine exotic resentful ghost. In that case, it will be a big problem. He had returned to Immortal Seeking Island to avoid catastrophe. At this moment, he even considered fleeing Immortal Seeking Island because he feared Guwen might bring Yang Jian along. Admiration aside, the Immortal Seeking Taoist would not die for Yang Jian. Not his disciple. Even if it were his disciple, he would abandon them. The Immortal Seeking Taoist looked at Guwen, hesitating to speak, wanting to persuade Guwen to give up on Yang Jian, but he felt that saying so would be pointless. Guwen would weigh the situation himself, and saying more would only make him unhappy. Guwen became thoughtful. The tsunami that had erupted yesterday continued to rise. Cultivators tried to stop it but had no success. The waves contained some powerful force that neutralized all spiritual power and mana along the way. One day passed, and the wave's crest had already surpassed 1,000 zhang. 1,000 zhang high wave was incredibly imposing, swallowing countless sea islands along its path. Currently, wandering immortals of the Star Sea congregations were still attempting to hold back the waves but without success. The Immortal Seeking Taoist saw Gu and was deep in thought and did not disturb him, leisurely playing with his wine cup. After a while, Guwen thanked the Immortal Seeking Taoist and then stood up to leave. The Immortal Seeking Taoist did not try to keep him, realizing that Gu An's visit had provided more information. The thought of an ancient treasure body reaching completion and emerging filled him with dread. No, he had to escape. Chapter 261. The Unstoppable Catastrophe. After returning from Immortal Seeking Island, Guwen did not tell Yang Jian about the mutual devouring of the ancient treasure bodies to avoid worrying him. If an ancient treasure body had truly transformed into a divine exotic resentful ghost, it would not be something Yang Jian could handle. As his master, Guwen naturally had to step in. Since he had to take action, he saw no need to make his disciple worry. The Supreme Sect dispatched a great cultivator to fly towards the direction of the sea-breaking rift, and news of the terrifying sea tide quickly spread. Guwen continued his regular routine, pretending to be unaware of this matter. While the disciples of the Medicine Valley were busy working and cultivating, the ocean had already entered a cataclysm. If viewed from above, one could see that with the sea tide at the center, cultivators were continuously flocking from all directions, creating a spectacular scene. While inspecting the medicine garden, Guwen saw several heaven and earth flying immortals flying by, not just one. The sea waves continued to surge. On the boundless ocean, the waves swept across like a mountain range. In front of this mountain range, countless cultivators formed a line, continuously casting spells to block the waves. Unfortunately, their spell and divine skills only caused splashes and could not disperse the waves. The number of cultivators continued to increase, but no matter how many there were, they could not shake the momentum of the waves. Qi Jiuxiao of the Star Sea congregations also came with his master Qi Bei to assist. Despite giving his all, he couldn't resist the waves' power. Damn it, who on earth is stirring up trouble within these waves? Qi Jiuxiao cursed angrily, but none of the Star Sea congregation's cultivators nearby answered him. They were all very nervous. Only those who truly cast spells to block the waves could feel the terrifying power contained within. Qi Bai's voice came from a distance. It doesn't matter who is causing trouble. We must stop this. Countless beings with low cultivation levels are on the continent behind us. The Star Sea congregations must protect them. Qi Jiuxiao understood this principle. He was merely complaining, but his hands did not stop moving. Suddenly, Qi Jiuxiao felt a vast aura coming from behind, causing his mana to pause for a moment. Whoosh! A gust of fierce wind howled, startling the cultivators to instinctively turn their heads to look. Qi Jiuxiao did the same, widening his eyes. He saw thunderclouds unfold in the sky, and at the end of the clouds stood a massive flag, 10,000 feet high, as if its top had touched the sky. Any living being appeared insignificant before this flag. Qi Jiuxiao recognized the origin of this flag with just one glance. It was the Immortal Path's supreme treasure of the Star Sea congregations. The Star Sea Primordial Unity Banner. The black flag seemed to contain a vast star sea, with starlight twinkling, making anyone who looked at it become deeply immersed, unable to extricate themselves. With the appearance of this flag, the morale of the Star Sea congregation's cultivators soared. Cultivators from other sects also inquired about it. Upon learning that it was the Immortal Path's supreme treasure, the Star Sea Primordial Unity banner, every cultivator felt excited. Now we are secure. This is an Immortal Path supreme treasure. The legendary Star Sea Primordial Unity banner, just the sight of it strikes fear. With the Immortal Path supreme treasure out, we can certainly block these waves. After the Seven Stars Spirit Realm disbanded, only the Star Sea congregations are the true rulers of this sea area. Their ability to directly bring out the Immortal Path supreme treasure proves their determination to protect the ocean, worthy of the Righteous Path's reputation. The cultivators discussed, their gazes fixated on the towering Star Sea Primordial Unity banner, their eyes filled with hope. The Star Sea Primordial Unity banner suddenly unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, sweeping through the clouds. The sea of stars on its surface lit up with countless streams of celestial light, as if rain of stars crossed the sky, crashing towards the majestic and magnificent sea waves. Far away in the Third Medicine Valley, Guwen looked up, noticing the appearance of scattered rays in the sky. With a glance, he could tell that it was an anomaly caused by the Immortal Path supreme treasure. As expected of an Immortal Path supreme treasure on par with the Seven Stars mirror, under Guwen's gaze, the unstoppable waves were dispersed by the power of the Star Sea Primordial Unity banner. Countless cultivators were thrown off, the splashes reaching the sky, and the sea surface was pressed into a spectacular hollow, a stunning sight. At this moment, Guwen felt a strange force emerging from the sea-breaking rift, surging along the sea, raising waves even higher than before, as if it would drown the celestial Star Sea Primordial Unity banner. Cultivators from all directions were stunned and quickly mobilized their mana to resist. Guwen's divine sense looked farther away. The sea-breaking rift raised two wave masses, moving in opposite directions. The waves on the other side were also met with countless cultivators joining forces to block them, but to no avail. As the waves advanced, their length continued to grow, forming what indeed could be a world-destroying sea tide. Guwen watched for a while before withdrawing his divine sense. The dual waves attracted more and more great cultivators, giving him a chance to observe the foundation of the great heavenly spirit land. When he returned to the pavilion, he saw Nine-Fingered Divine Lord standing by the wooden railing, staring north in silence. Guwen approached and asked what he was thinking about. Nothing much. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord shook his head. He was naturally focused on the ocean's calamity. Seeing that Nine-Fingered Divine Lord did not wish to elaborate, Guwen did not press further. He simply nodded and walked away. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord suddenly turned to him and asked, "Valley Master, if your loved ones turned into monsters that harm all beings, what would you choose to do?" Guwen halted, turned to look at him, and thought for a moment. If they were truly my loved ones, I wouldn't shield them, but neither would I become their enemy. If they insist on killing me, I would fight to the death. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord chuckled after hearing this and said, "It's not that simple. Your answer lacks struggle." Indeed, it's not that simple, but why ponder over it? The only thing one can truly control is oneself, right? Guwen retorted. Did Nine-Fingered Divine Lord have loved ones that had turned into divine exotic resentful ghosts? Judging by Nine-Fingered Divine Lord's lifespan, he certainly had a story. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord sighed. Yes, one can only control oneself. Even cultivators are the same. The more one tries to control, the more one deviates from the path of immortal cultivation. The two chatted casually, with Nine-Fingered Divine Lord's words filled with sorrow yet lacking specifics. Soon they turned their conversation to the game of Go. Meanwhile, in a residence in the main city of the sect, Lu Lingjun and the Holy Mother of Western Spirits sat across from each other in the courtyard. At this moment, the Holy Mother of Western Spirit looked at a copper mirror on the table, frowning deeply. In the mirror was a blurry figure, seemingly saying something. After the figure in the mirror disappeared, the Holy Mother of Western Spirit put the copper mirror into her sleeve. Although Lu Lingjun sat next to her, she did not hear the figure's words. She couldn't help asking, "Master, who were you speaking to just now?" The Holy Mother of Western Spirit took a deep breath and said, "An elder of mine. I asked him about the path of this catastrophe. He advised me to leave early to avoid it." Upon hearing this, Lu Lingjun's brows furrowed. In her heart, the Holy Mother of Western Spirit held an exceptional position and cultivation level. Even if she was not as powerful as Sword Venerable Fudao, she was still one of the top great cultivators she had ever seen. For even the being behind the Holy Mother of Western Spirit to advise them to avoid this calamity, it must be extraordinary. The cause and effect hidden within the sea-breaking rift are such that even my elders dare not involve themselves. Perhaps we truly should leave. The world is vast, there will be somewhere to escape the disaster, the Holy Mother of Western Spirit said with a sigh. Lu Lingjun replied, "The Supreme Sect has Sword Venerable Fudao. He may be able to overcome this crisis." Ever since she joined the Supreme Sect, she had experienced the demon calamity and heard of Sword Venerable Fudao sweeping through the Seven Stars spirit realm single-handedly. She had great confidence in Sword Venerable Fudao. The Holy Mother of Western Spirit, however, was still worried. It's hard to say. She came to the Supreme Sect intending to rely on the power of Sword Venerable Fudao to avoid the calamity, but she had just learned that the scope of the disaster had changed, with even more powerful variables appearing. Even her sect dared not involve itself rashly. Not all sects in this world followed the righteous path. More sects aimed only to preserve their own Taoist traditions. Not just them, at this moment within the Supreme Sect, those great cultivators from the ocean were also discussing this matter. With their cultivation levels surpassing the native disciples of the Supreme Sect, they also had superior intelligence capabilities, understanding more about the approaching threat of the waves directed at their continent. Naturally, they were anxious. Their first thought was Sword Venerable Fudao. If the ocean cultivators could not block the waves, could Sword Venerable Fudao withstand them when they reached the continent's edge? Some had already chosen to flee the continent, unwilling to gamble on Sword Venerable Fudao's strength. Rumble. The sky thunder cracked, thunderclouds tumbling, interwoven with boundless lightning. A sea wave over 1,500 feet high advanced with the momentum to engulf everything under heaven. It seemed as if the entire sea had risen, unstoppable and imposing. Under this wave, all cultivators and demons appeared small. Qi Jiuxiao endured the storm with his armor drenched. He continually retreated, his face full of anxiety. Subconsciously, he looked back and could see the outline of the continent. At this rate, countless lives would be buried in the sea tides. This water was not ordinary seawater. It contained some strange and powerful force. Some cultivators who had been swept into it had already transformed into divine exotic resentful ghosts. Thinking that the entire continent's beings might turn into divine exotic resentful ghosts made Qi Jiuxiao's scalp tingle. He looked ahead, seeing 12 figures in front of the wave. They emitted an aura far surpassing all cultivators behind them. Yet, despite their vast mana, they were being pushed back by the wave. All 12 were heaven and earth flying immortals, either the founders of sects or elders of the Star Sea congregations. Facing the wave, they were all powerless. They could only slow the wave's advance but could not suppress it. The previous dispersal of the wave by the Star Sea Primordial Unity banner had only been temporary. Another wave had formed, and the banner itself had been tainted by the force within the wave, forcing the Star Sea congregations to retract this Immortal Path's supreme treasure. At this moment, Qi Jiuxiao's pupils suddenly dilated, his face showing a look of terror. In the dim sea wave, he saw a figure, 1,000 meters tall, only faintly visible when lightning flashed. It was not just him, more and more people saw that figure. Anyone who beheld it felt a suffocating pressure in their chest. For over 100,000 cultivators had gathered to block this wave, with the lowest cultivation level being Mystic Heart Realm, and over 10,000 Immortal Path cultivators. Even such power could not shake the wave's momentum. How could they not despair? More and more cultivators felt beaten down, their will to fight waning. Seeing the mysterious 1,000-foot-tall figure in the wave made them even more eager to escape immediately. Chapter 262. It is Sword Venerable Fudao. As noon approached, Guwen arrived at Mystic Valley. It had been 2 days since the sea-breaking rift had erupted with waves, and now it was the 3rd day. Guwen was about to gather medicinal herbs when he suddenly sensed something. He sighed softly, then continued harvesting. He had already felt a powerful force approaching from afar. Originally, Guwen didn't want to concern himself with the survival of the 2 distant continents. The waves would have to pass through these 2 continents before reaching his own, and they were still very far away. But now, a dangerous aura had emerged from within the waves, forcing him to change his strategy. He couldn't wait until the force behind the catastrophe neared his continent before acting. If that happened, it would easily lead to unexpected changes. The farther the catastrophe remained from the supreme sect, the more room he would have to operate. He couldn't fight on the continent itself, where he would have to consider the well-being of all living things. As the catastrophe progressed, the entire ocean had become aware of the existence of the divine exotic resentful ghost. The sea-breaking rift was definitely not a natural calamity. Deep within it lay a force poised to overturn the mortal world. Whether Guwen intervened or not, this would be a disaster the entire ocean needed to face together. Guwen continued gathering medicinal herbs while pondering how to act. Lu Jiujia, the chief disciple of Mystic Valley, approached and softly asked, "Senior brother, I've heard there is a disaster at sea that could potentially affect our continent. What should Mystic Valley do?" From his words, it was clear how much the supreme sect had progressed over the years. The disaster at sea had only been ongoing for 3 days, yet word of it had already spread within the sect. In the past, let alone 3 days, as long as the disaster didn't make landfall, inner sect disciples could go their entire lives without knowing. Naturally, we should adhere to our duties, cultivate diligently, and provide the best medicinal herbs. That is the greatest responsibility we can bear, Guwen replied nonchalantly. Lu Jiujia nodded. In truth, he just wanted to gauge his senior brother's attitude. After all, his senior brother had connections within the inner sect and would certainly know more than they did. Since his senior brother was unperturbed, he saw no reason to worry and could reassure the valley's disciples. After Lu Jiujia left, Guwen continued picking herbs. 30 minutes later, Guwen arrived at the eastern cliff of Mystic Valley, with the Blood Prison Great Saint following behind. "Master, what brings us here?" the Blood Prison Great Saint asked curiously, noticing Guwen playing with a leaf. Guwen stood at the edge of the cliff, looking toward the horizon. "To stop the disaster at sea," he replied. Upon hearing this, the Blood Prison Great Saint's eyes widened. He took a step forward and asked, "How will you stop it? Didn't you say the catastrophe was far from us?" Guwen grasped the leaf with his left hand and pressed his right hand against the Blood Prison Great Saint's ox head. In an instant, the Great Saint's expression changed drastically, his eyes widening in shock as the image of a terrifying wave appeared in his pupil reflection. He saw the scene that Guwen's divine sense had captured. At that moment, in front of the massive waves, countless great cultivators were besieging a terrifying figure 1,000 feet tall. It was a humanoid monster, wearing only pants and bare-chested. Its entire body was dark, covered with blood-red scars, as if it might split apart at any moment. Its hair was wild, with a fierce and ghostly face full of fangs, holding a bone knife, exuding dominance and arrogance. The myriad spells and divine skills cast upon it failed to shake its massive form. Its roar drowned out the thunder, turning the sea and sky into a hellish landscape. The Blood Prison Great Saint trembled at the sight of the 1,000-foot figure. The aura alone was terrifying to behold. The spells and divine skills of the cultivators were immense, resembling the power of immortals, creating a spectacle rivaling the sun and moon. The more powerful the cultivators, the more terrifying the 1,000-foot figure seemed. Guwen raised his right hand, breaking the Great Saint's vision, who instinctively looked at Guwen, wanting to see more. However, he saw Guwen lift his left hand and wave it toward the horizon. With a casual wave, the leaf in his hand shot out like a flying sword, emitting a cold light before disappearing into the horizon. Guwen then turned to leave. The Blood Prison Great Saint stood stunned for a moment before hurriedly following him. "Master, is that all? What else? You just threw a leaf? Stop fussing." But what realm have you reached? The blood prison great saint wasn't doubting Gu An's success, he was just in shock. To slay such a terrifying being that many cultivators couldn't handle, with just a leaf from such a distance? What level of cultivation would one have to reach to achieve such a feat? Guan didn't answer the great saint's question, leaving him to ponder endlessly. Meanwhile, far over the ocean, the sky was dark, thunder roared, rain poured, and winds howled in all directions. Qi Jiuxiao held the dragon-slaying spear, flames burning around him. The rain evaporated into steam as it approached him. He bit his lip, glaring at the terrifying figure in the distance, his eyes full of struggle. Where did that thing come from? Qi Jiuxiao thought angrily. The great cultivators ahead displayed energies far beyond his reach, 12 of whom reminded him of Sword Venerable Fudao. So many great cultivators gathered, yet they couldn't harm the 1,000-foot figure one bit. How could he not be afraid? Some cultivators had already fled in terror, and he too hesitated whether to retreat. If the great cultivators ahead retreated, their speed would surely outpace his. Whoever was the slowest would die. But he also feared others might choose to fight to the end. If he fled, how could he maintain his standing in the immortal cultivation world later? At that moment, Qi Jiuxiao vaguely heard a whistling sound. He barely had time to react before his vision suddenly brightened, his pupils moving instinctively. Time seemed to stand still, everything in the world frozen, the casting cultivators still, the roaring 1,000-foot figure halted, its terrifying stance fixed. The rain hung suspended in the air, each droplet reflecting a gleam of sword light. The churning waves presented the image of countless white flowers, strangely beautiful. A streak of sword light swiftly traversed this nearly frozen world, passing by the cultivators, dashing toward the 1,000-foot figure. The crimson eyes of the figure reflected the sword light. Boom! The head of the 1,000-foot figure was instantly blasted apart by the sword light, and the rolling giant wave behind it was dispersed, creating a huge gap, leaving all the cultivators in awe. Sunlight streamed down, revealing that the storm clouds had also been torn apart. Upon closer inspection, the sea of thunderclouds before them had been split in two, extending to the horizon where the sea met the sky. Everything happened so quickly. Not only did Qi Jiuxiao have no time to react, but even the heaven and earth flying immortals were stunned in midair, maintaining their casting poses. Under their gaze, the headless 1,000-foot figure turned to ashes, scattering with the wind. The heaven and earth flying immortals immediately turned to look in the direction from which the sword light had come, their expressions astounded but not panicked. Given the speed of that sword light, even if they had tried to defend, it would have been useless if the attacker had wanted to kill them. Who made that move? Such speed, such domineering sword intent. Could it be someone at the 9th level of the heaven and earth flying immortal realm? Even a 9th level cultivator would find it hard to be so overpowering. Which major force's domain is in that direction? The heaven and earth flying immortals communicated through divine sense, while other cultivators, after a brief silence, erupted in thunderous cheers. Qi Jiuxiao saw the unstoppable giant wave now reduced to a broken bridge, crumbling at both ends, and his expression was exceedingly complex. It was Sword Venerable Fudao. No mistake about it. Not only had he felt the sword intent from the heavenly repair platform, but Sword Venerable Fudao had also saved him. And the direction behind him was exactly that of the Supreme Sect. But how far was this place from the Supreme Sect? Could it be that Sword Venerable Fudao had already arrived nearby? For some reason, an absurd idea suddenly formed in Qi Jiuxiao's mind. Maybe Sword Venerable Fudao never left the Supreme Sect. Otherwise, why use a long-distance means to kill the enemy? At this moment, someone shouted, "It's Sword Venerable Fudao. That direction is toward the Supreme Sect. I visited the Supreme Sect a few years ago and felt Sword Venerable Fudao's sword intent." The mention of Sword Venerable Fudao startled all the cultivators. After the 7 Stars spirit realm broke apart, Sword Venerable Fudao's name shook the ocean. Though not universally known, most cultivators who came to aid had high-level cultivation and somewhat knew the truth behind the disbanding of the 7 Stars spirit realm. If it was Sword Venerable Fudao, they could understand. With understanding came shock and excitement. Was Sword Venerable Fudao truly this powerful? A heaven and earth flying immortal raised a hand, catching a leaf. He looked at the leaf, his expression complicated. The other flying immortals also turned their gaze toward the leaf, feeling the residual sword intent from it. Before they could speak, the leaf suddenly turned to ashes, as if it had never existed. Guwen returned to the third medicine valley with the blood prison great saint, wandering around as the great saint's gaze followed him, eyes full of complex emotions. The waves within his heart were difficult to calm. As Guwen walked, he was puzzled. It didn't yield any lifespan. Could it be that slaying the divine exotic resentful ghosts provided no lifespan? Did immortality mean having no lifespan in the first place? Though Guwen felt regret, at least he had stopped a catastrophe. However, he had a feeling this was only the beginning. Stronger calamities were likely to emerge from the sea-breaking rift. What kind of being would come next? At this moment, Yu Yingying suddenly approached him and said, "Guwen, I'm preparing to return to the Star Sea congregations." Guwen asked, "Why?" "With the great catastrophe approaching, it's definitely safer back with the Star Sea congregations. I find you pretty agreeable, so are you coming with me?" "No one else can come," Yu Yingying said, glaring at him. Guwen shook his head. "I won't go. My cultivation level is too low to survive in the Star Sea congregations. If the Supreme Sect were to fall tomorrow, I would rather disappear with it." In the distance, the blood prison great saint couldn't help but roll his eyes. The master fooling a simpleton again. Yu Yingying opened her mouth, but in the end, said nothing. She patted Guwen's shoulder and turned to pack her things. Guwen had no intention of stopping her. It was a good thing for Yu Yingying to return to the Star Sea congregations early, as it prevented her from causing him trouble. Yu Yingying had a strange cause and effect within her, suppressing her talent and lifespan. Guwen couldn't see through this cause and effect for the time being, so he didn't want to get too involved with her. If he got too emotionally attached, he would have to help her eventually, which would be too troublesome. Chapter 263 Million Years Rarely Seen. Guwen did not put all his strength into it, but it was enough to disperse the power within the giant wave and restore calm to the sea around the sea-breaking rift. As for the calamity on the other side of the tidal wave, Guwen was too lazy to care. He did not believe that no one over there could stop the waves. Even if Guwen did not intervene, he thought that there were powerful beings in the ocean capable of acting. It was just the timing was hard to gauge, perhaps after the Supreme Sect was submerged. The facts turned out just as he had guessed. 2 days later, Guwen saw a mysterious great cultivator cast a spell to scatter the waves on the other side of the sea-breaking rift. Although it was not enough to make him apprehensive, he could confirm that person was the carefree primordial immortal. After dispersing the waves, that carefree primordial immortal disappeared. This land indeed hid many powerful figures. The higher the realm, the more mysterious they were, some like Guwen who had hidden in the city, while others secluded themselves in caves, ignoring worldly affairs. Previously, Guwen had explored this land, and there were quite a few places he could not see through at a glance. 3 days later, news from the sea reached the Supreme Sect. Sword Venerable Fudao acted and killed a powerful divine exotic resentful ghost, resolving the calamity. Supreme Sect was instantly in an uproar, the news spreading quickly. Guwen was still reading in the pavilion when he heard the disciples discussing it. He did not go downstairs but continued reading. This intervention did not give him a sense of accomplishment. He thought he could be happy when the sea-breaking rift disappeared. However, near dusk, an event occurred that left Guwen helpless. It was that Yu Yingying, who had left a few days ago, had returned. Upon her return, she immediately found Guwen and eagerly shared the situation she had learned, her tone full of admiration and respect for Sword Venerable Fudao. She understood the situation more clearly. It was said that the sea-breaking rift erupted with waves that could sweep through heaven and earth, hiding a divine exotic resentful ghost that even the Star Sea congregations could not deal with. She also made a point of explaining the divine exotic resentful ghost, fearful that Guwen did not know how terrifying this thing was. Guwen cooperated with her, showing nervousness when talking about the calamity and divine exotic resentful ghost. When she mentioned Sword Venerable Fudao, he became excited, greatly satisfying her emotional needs. This event had a huge impact on Yu Yingying, and she had to find someone to talk to, preferably a Supreme Sect disciple. She wanted the Supreme Sect disciples to be grateful and to know how strong Sword Venerable Fudao was. Receiving Sword Venerable Fudao's favor, it seemed that heaven favored the Supreme Sect. If such a strong person lived in the Star Sea congregations, how great would that be? As Guwen listened, he felt something was amiss. Why was she telling him this? Could she have guessed that he was Sword Venerable Fudao? For a moment, Guwen felt apprehensive towards Yu Yingying. Yu Yingying had no idea of Guwen's thoughts. She just said whatever came to mind and never considered whether Guwen might be Sword Venerable Fudao. After a long while, Yu Yingying, having fully vented her desire to share, left with a pleased heart. Guwen watched her back, thinking it a pity he could not use this opportunity to shake her off. Considering her great admiration for Sword Venerable Fudao, he decided to let her stay a bit longer. In the following days, the entire Supreme Sect revolved around discussions of Sword Venerable Fudao, and with many ocean cultivators in the sect, news of the divine exotic resentful ghost also spread. Indestructible and immortal, devouring living spirits. Divine exotic resentful ghosts were transformed from living spirits. Just hearing this was terrifying. It is worth mentioning that Yu Yingying went to the Outer Gate City every day to preach the might of Sword Venerable Fudao. She felt that some things needed to be clearly stated so that the Supreme Sect could more greatly revere Sword Venerable Fudao. Every time Sword Venerable Fudao acted, the number of cultivators on the heavenly repair platform increased dramatically. This made Zhuo Yijian, who guarded the heaven-cutting axe, even busier, but he was not tired, rather he became more energetic and proud. He now considered himself one of Sword Venerable Fudao's people. After all, Sword Venerable Fudao had patted him on the shoulder. Who could have such an honor? Guwen observed numerous sects gathering above the sea-breaking rift, and from a glance, the number of cultivators already exceeded 5 million and was still growing. It seemed the sea-breaking rift had caused widespread panic in the ocean. His gaze shifted upward, noticing more and more heaven and earth flying immortals arriving in the great heavenly spirit land. Clearly, the major oceanic powers were calling in reinforcements. This was a good thing. However, Guwen recalled something. Would the increasing number of cultivators providing support lead to a rise in divine exotic resentful ghosts? He could only pray those sects could resolve the deep-seated trouble in the sea-breaking rift on their own. He was not the protagonist of this heavenly destiny. He could not be relied upon to solve everything, right? He thought it should not come to that. This land was filled with immortal spirit dynasties, and there was a mysterious continent capable of resisting his divine sense with its chi fortune. Furthermore, Guwen had also seen many transcendent powers before, none of which Star Sea congregations or Seven Stars spirit realm could compare to. Star Sea congregations were rulers of the ocean, but there were many rulers. With Guwen's realm, he could already glimpse the chi fortune of sects and forces, and from the strength of the chi fortune, the Supreme Sect was less than 1/10,000th of the Star Sea congregations, and the Star Sea congregations were likewise less than 1/10,000th of that immortal spirit dynasty. Guwen guessed those true first-rate powers of the world also had deployments in outer heaven. They could access more resources, nothing the Star Sea congregations could compare to. The commotion caused by Sword Venerable Fudao did not affect Guwen. However, he began spending more time teaching Yang Jian. Ever since he dispersed the waves, Yang Jian had been experiencing more frequent visions, seriously affecting his cultivation. Once, while Guwen was instructing Yang Jian in his cultivation, Yang Jian suddenly fell into a daze. Guwen had to shake him awake, drenched in cold sweat. Yang Jian had seen himself being devoured, utterly powerless to resist, and the intense pain was not an illusion but a real sensation to his flesh. Unfortunately, Guwen could not deduce the source of the visions through cause and effect. Time passed day by day. The year-end arrived. Winter snow covered the land and mountains. In the forest 100 miles outside Mystic Valley, Guwen was instructing Yang Jian in the limitless freedom step. Yang Jian possessed high talent and comprehension, but limitless freedom step was equally profound. Mastering it was challenging even for him. After a maneuver, Yang Jian almost crashed into a tree, but he stabilized himself just in time. He turned to look at Guwen, about to speak, but suddenly frowned. He clutched his head with both hands and unexpectedly knelt in the snow. Guwen sensed something was wrong and immediately used his mana to isolate this section of the forest, preventing any unusual occurrences from alarming the supreme sect. He approached Yang Jian and placed his right hand on Yang Jian's shoulder, using his own mana to assist him. In an instant, Guwen felt an unknown force of cause and effect attacking. He could resist, but he hesitated for a moment and pretended to be affected. His mind was drawn into a mysterious illusion realm, with Yang Jian's consciousness present as well. Yang Jian sighed in relief upon seeing his master's figure beside him. He was about to speak but suddenly felt something and turned his head. Ahead, a pitch-black shadow appeared, walking out from the expansive snow, seemingly wearing some kind of armor based on its shape. Mystic Gang Dominator Body, a rare sight in a million years. A cold voice echoed from the front, filled with greed. Listening closely, it seemed to swallow something, chilling those who heard it to their bones. Chapter 264. You die, or I perish. Mystic Gang Dominator Body. This was the first time Guwen had heard of Yang Jian's physique by name, which made him even more interested in the mysterious shadow. This person must be the great achievement ancient treasure body mentioned by the Immortal seeking Taoist. The illusion was still a world of ice and snow, and the shadow ahead appeared even more terrifying amidst the swirling snowflakes. Yang Jian gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you, and why do you keep entangling me?" Obviously, he had seen this figure in illusions before. Normally, he would be afraid, but with his master by his side, his courage swelled, leaving him only with anger. The shadow stopped, opened a pair of cold eyes, and their gaze landed on Yang Jian, making his heart tremble. You and I are both treasure bodies, nurtured by the chi fortune of heaven and earth. Your dominator body is stronger than ordinary treasure bodies, which makes this seat quite fond of you. 1,000,000 years ago, this seat also consumed a mystic gang dominator body, greatly boosting my chi blood, leaving a lingering taste until now, the shadow lamented, as if reminiscing about the past. His words made Yang Jian shudder with fear. Did this guy want to eat him? Guwen took a step forward and said, "State your name, and let's see if your reputation has left any mark in this mortal world." The shadow's gaze shifted to Guwen, smiling. "This seat is named Impermanence Tian. Have you ever heard of it?" Impermanence Tian? Guwen fell into deep thought, having never heard this name before. Impermanence Tian continued to stare at Yang Jian and said, "This seat will soon descend upon this mortal world. I will put you last. After I consume the other treasure bodies, I will come for you. You have nowhere to run. Even if you escape to outer heaven, this seat will find you. Your only chance is to cultivate diligently and unleash the mysteries of the mystic gang dominator body to become stronger. You die or I perish." Yang Jian gritted his teeth, though panicked inside. With his master nearby, he didn't want to show fear. He said in a deep voice, "Then come, let me see what you can do." Impermanence Tian laughed out loud, turned, and disappeared into the vast snow. This illusion created by the power of cause and effect shattered along with it. Yang Jian opened his eyes to find his master standing before him. Guwen helped him up and said, "He has declared battle upon you, and will likely no longer interfere with you. You can cultivate in peace now." In the illusion realm, Guwen couldn't perform lifespan detection on Impermanence Tian, but the power of cause and effect from the other side didn't seem unbeatable, so he remained calm. Yang Jian asked worriedly, "Master, should I leave Medicine Valley so as to—" "Nonsense. Focus on cultivating. If you say such rubbish again, I will cripple your Dao level," Guwen said sternly, interrupting him. Yang Jian opened his mouth, but eventually held back what he wanted to say. He had the deepest feeling of Impermanence Tian's power, which he couldn't describe. Though he believed his master wouldn't lose, he didn't want his master hurt or caught in bigger troubles, something he never wished to see. Guwen didn't say he could easily handle Impermanence Tian, for he wasn't sure of Impermanence Tian's strength either. It was just an opportunity to apply pressure on Yang Jian, hoping to help him grow faster. He said he would first find other treasure bodies. Those treasure bodies must be guarded by great forces, giving you plenty of time to grow, Guan consoled. Everyone has their calamities and fates. Only by constantly overcoming them can you break the shackles. The path of immortal cultivation is inherently against the heavens. You need a heart that is resilient and fearless of anything. Yang Jian took a deep breath, his expression firming up. Yes, why think so much? Soldiers come, fight them off. Water comes, build barriers. As long as he cultivated with all his might, even if he died, what regrets would he have? Then he resumed cultivating the limitless freedom step. In the snowy winter, the world became a single color, with Guan and Yang Jian in the forest appearing very small. Days unfolded as Guan had foreseen. Impermanence Tian didn't come for Yang Jian again, and Yang Jian was no longer tormented by illusions. The New Year's festival arrived, and the Supreme Sect remained lively, unaffected by the ocean calamity. This year, the Supreme Sect began preparing for a new convention. After the New Year, LV Bayin came to discuss with Guan about the upcoming convention. This time, the Supreme Sect intended to hold a physical cultivation convention where participants would not use spiritual power or Dharma treasures, relying solely on their bodies and techniques. After their discussion, LV Bayin started complaining about the subsects. The power of the subsects was growing, and LV Bayin could no longer intervene in their matters. This was the decision of the Hall of Elders and the Venerable Pavilion, clearly aimed at weakening his power. To this, Guan simply listened without commenting. There had always been internal strife in Supreme Sect at every stage, and in fact, it's the same for any sect or place. As long as it didn't jeopardize the entirety of Supreme Sect, Guan didn't care. If LV Bayin couldn't compete with others within the rules, it was merely a testament to his lack of skill, and nothing more needed to be said. Speaking of subsects, LV Bayin brought up the Ji family. Since Sword Venerable Fudao ventured into the Seven Stars Spirit Realm, the realm still existed, but it wasn't as dominant as before. Moreover, it had established friendly relations with the Supreme Sect, forcing the Ji family to rebuild ties with the Supreme Sect. LV Bayin remained indifferent to the Ji family, but Vice Sect leader Ji Hantian still held a position. Therefore, Ji Hantian arranged for the Ji family to stay in the subsects, aiding in their construction. The rapid development of the subsects could not disregard the contributions of the Ji family. Do you remember the third miss of the Ji family, Ji Xiaoyu? LV Bayin suddenly asked. Guan nodded, but LV Baitian's next words caused his face to change drastically. Ji Xiaoyu had died within the Seven Stars Spirit Realm, precisely on the day Sword Venerable Fudao swept through the realm. LV Bayin sighed, observing Guan's reaction. Guan displayed a range of emotions from shock and sorrow to anger, finally turning into a somber expression. He fell into silence and began pouring himself a drink. Could it be that this lad liked Ji Xiaoyu? Indeed, Guan's entry into the Supreme Sect was arranged by Ji Xiaoyu, and in terms of appearance, Ji Xiaoyu was undoubtedly a rare beauty. LV Baitian thought as he watched Guan secretly praised himself for his acting skills, capable of conveying emotions that could influence others. The room fell silent. For a long while. LV Baitian broke the silence. Old acquaintances have gone. On the path to immortality, you're bound to experience these matters. By the way, there's another matter, quite intriguing actually. What is it? Guan raised his eyes to look at him and asked. LV Baitian replied, another girl of heavenly pride has appeared in the Ji family, also named Ji Xiaoyu. If I hadn't seen this girl, I would have thought it was the previous Ji Xiaoyu, but they were born in different branches of the Ji family, and her talent surpasses that of the former Ji Xiaoyu. Curious, Guan asked. Both called Ji Xiaoyu and both highly talented, could it be the same person through possession or reincarnation? LV Baitian shook his head. I don't think so. She's named Ji Xiaoyu because she also possesses a primordial Taoist talisman. The Ji family named her in memory of the former Ji Xiaoyu. Judging by the aura of the talisman, it's not the same. A primordial Taoist talisman is formed by the cultivation level of an ancient great cultivator before they died. It seems an immortal once emerged from the Ji family. The Ji family doesn't receive the talisman. Instead, they created the primordial Taoist talisman. LV Baishan's tone was filled with emotion, his eyes wandering as if contemplating something. Guan sighed without responding. Seeing his disinterest in further conversation, LV Bayan decided not to disturb him any longer and took his leave. After LV Bayan left the third Medicine Valley, Guan revealed a smile. He hummed a tune and began to read. Although Xianxia was no longer in Supreme Sect, his books were occasionally sent back. Green Hero Travelogue was still being updated. Guan loved authors like this who stayed true to their roots. If Xianxia wrote for 1,000 years, he would read for 1,000 years. Notably, Green Hero Travelogue was now about overseas lands, which had rapidly boosted its sales. Presently, Supreme Sect disciples increasingly longed for the ocean. Spring faded into summer, bringing another year of splendid scenery. Underneath the mystic pure tree, Guan leaned against its trunk, tenderly stroking the white spirit rat napping beside him. He closed his eyes, appearing to doze, but in fact he was observing Xiaochuan's life. Xiaochuan had established a family and a career, settled in a city, living a relatively happy life, vastly different from his personality and image in Medicine Valley. He already had the air of a head of the household. Xiaochuan had a son and a daughter, and they'd hired many servants. Seeing that Xiaochuan was doing well, Guan felt at ease. After that, Guan turned his gaze toward the sea-breaking rift. Looking into the distance, the sea-breaking rift stretched long, spanning the ocean. Around the rift, one could always spot cultivators and demons venturing in and out, as well as living spirits or divine exotic resentful ghosts escaping, presenting a magnificent sight. It seemed calm, but this peace felt oppressive, like the onset of a storm. After watching for a while, Guan stood up, sensing someone approaching. Someone rode the clouds swiftly into Medicine Valley. It was Vice Sect leader Ji Hantian, followed by a finely dressed little girl. Guan hurried to greet them, casting a lifespan detection. Ji Xiaoyu, Energy Cultivation Realm 9th Layer 11/240/9999. Goodness, the extreme lifespan reached 9,999 years. The previous Ji Xiaoyu had an extreme lifespan of 8,900 years. Reborn into a new life, her extreme lifespan had increased. Could this be considered reincarnation cultivation? Ji Hantian saw Guan and smiled. When Guan approached, he spoke, "I want you to look after her. She is Ji Xiaoyu, from a branch of the Ji family." Hearing this, Guan feigned a dazed look, gazing at the young Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu was only 11 years old, not yet reaching Ji Hantian's elbow. Her expression was calm, with eyes carrying a hint of age, reminding Guan of the previous Ji Xiaoyu's precocious maturity. Seeing Guan lost in thought, Ji Hantian explained, "She just happens to have this name. LV Bayan should have mentioned it. Let her cultivate in your Medicine Valley, and I will take her away later." Saying so, Ji Hantian turned and swiftly disappeared into the horizon. Guan and Ji Xiaoyu stood on the grass, speechless, a subtle atmosphere prevailing. Just then, a figure appeared in front of Ji Xiaoyu. He squatted down to scrutinize her. It was none other than Nine-Finger Divine Lord. Chapter 265 Supreme Treasure Body, Dream of the Previous Life, Such a Foundation, Rare, Rare. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord looked at Ji Xiaoyu and marveled, clicking his tongue. Ji Xiaoyu slightly frowned, circled past the Nine-Finger Divine Lord, and came to Guan's side, leaning against him, watching the Nine-Finger Divine Lord with vigilance. Guan laughed and said, "Senior, don't scare the child." The Nine-Finger Divine Lord stood up, turned to look at Guan, and sighed. "Guan, this girl has extraordinary talent. You must draw her in while she is still young and build a good relationship. She might save your life in the future." Guan nonchalantly said, "I never leave the Supreme Sect. What danger could I encounter?" "True." The Nine-Finger Divine Lord smiled and took another glance at Ji Xiaoyu before turning and leaving. Guan looked at Ji Xiaoyu and laughed. "I am called Guan, you can call me Valley Master from now on." Ji Xiaoyu gently nodded, her gaze towards Guwen remained calm, as if she really did not remember Guwen. This made Guwen slightly regretful. In this life, Ji Xiaoyu was ultimately not the same person as in the past. Guwen took Ji Xiaoyu's little hand and walked towards the group of pavilions. Ji Xiaoyu's expression was slightly uneasy, but she did not break free. Afterward, Guwen arranged for Ji Xiaoyu to live with an exen, asking an exen to take care of her. He had his own motives. Ji Xiaoyu would sooner or later soar to great heights. If she formed a deep bond with an exen, she could become a significant support for an exen in the future. After all, an exen was his disciple, and naturally he would consider her well-being. It wasn't long before Guwen's door was knocked on, and a childish voice came from outside. "Valley Master, can I come in?" Guwen replied, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and the young Ji Xiaoyu walked in. She wore a white lotus dress, her hair neatly combed, resembling a little celestial maiden who had descended to earth. She came to the table, staring at Guwen, and said, "Valley Master, can I live alone?" Despite her childish voice, her tone and manner were mature and steady. "Why?" Guwen looked at her, smilingly asking. Ji Xiaoyu replied, "I like living alone, and I don't want to be disturbed while cultivating." Guwen thought for a moment, then said, "How about you live downstairs in my pavilion?" The pavilion he resided in had 2 floors. The first floor was for living quarters, and only he could live there. However, he usually stayed in the study on the second floor. Ji Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then slightly nodded. Guwen kindly smiled. "If you need anything, just let me know. Although my surname is Gu, I was also born into the Ji family." Ji Xiaoyu, curious, asked, "You were born into the Ji family?" "Yes, I used to be a house servant of the Ji family." Guwen began to recount his background and how he entered the supreme sect. However, he did not mention Ji Xiaoyu's name, only referring to her as the 3rd miss of the family. He wanted to test if Ji Xiaoyu remembered anything. Ji Xiaoyu listened earnestly. When Guwen finished speaking, she asked, "Did you investigate who your parents are?" "The house servants of the Ji family are all recorded." Guwen was stunned. When he reached the carefree primordial immortal level, he returned to the Ji family to see the past causes and effects and to see what his parents looked like. Unfortunately, he could not see them. He didn't know if it was because too much time had passed or for some other reason, but Guwen couldn't see the causes and effects of his childhood. "No, regardless of their identity, if they missed me, they would naturally come looking for me, wouldn't they?" Guwen replied. To say he had never fantasized about this life's parents would be a lie, but having lived 2 lifetimes, he wouldn't be melancholy over it. Though he had no parents in this life, he had them in his last one and had already experienced the joy of family. Ji Xiaoyu moved a chair in front of the table and sat down. Placing her hands on the table, she looked at Guwen and said, "It's strange, I have very little emotion towards my parents. The other children in the family have a close relationship with their parents, but every time my mother approaches me, I feel very uncomfortable." She began to share her inner feelings, and Guwen listened attentively. In his childhood, Guwen also heard from other house servants and slaves about the 3rd miss' distant relationship with her parents. It often made her mother sad. However, because the 3rd miss was extraordinarily talented, everyone had to flatter her, including her parents, who didn't dare to fuss too much. Guwen guessed that although Ji Xiaoyu had no memories of her past life, her disposition remained. Her spiritual wisdom and mind didn't need to grow, she just needed an adjustment period. Listening to Ji Xiaoyu recount her childhood experiences and inner thoughts, Guwen occasionally chimed in and analyzed from an outsider's perspective. Despite the age gap, they enjoyed talking to each other. As they chatted, a smile gradually appeared on Ji Xiaoyu's face, replacing her usual cold demeanor. They talked until evening, when Ji Xiaoyu stood up and said, "It's getting dark. I must go cultivate." Guwen nodded, smiling. This little girl was even chattier than in her past life. However, having an occasional chat with a child wasn't bad. Ji Xiaoyu suddenly said, "Valley Master, I don't know why, but the moment I saw you, I felt a sense of familiarity as if I had known you for a long time." Guwen replied, "It shows that we are fated. Welcome to my medicine valley." Ji Xiaoyu smiled, then formally bowed to him like a little adult. After she closed the door, Guwen picked up the book on the table and continued reading. When night fell, he felt the presence of Ji Xiaoyu downstairs starting her qi absorption cultivation. He sensed the existence of a primordial Taoist talisman. The primordial Taoist talisman was still filled with incredible power, aiding Ji Xiaoyu in her cultivation. Guwen did not continuously observe Ji Xiaoyu and soon focused back on reading. Blue sea and sky, islands floating in the air, birds flying together, cultivators coming and going. On a floating island, palaces were situated, the interior bright with light, the ground as blue as the sea, glistening with light. And House sat cross-legged in the water pool, surrounded by mist, his black hair floating slightly, and a faint light emanated from his body, resembling a fire glow. A figure appeared out of thin air by the poolside, a man in a long robe with an immortal aura, holding a horsetail whisk, his white hair tied beneath a lotus crown, with 3 flying swords of different shapes floating behind him. Disciple, in the coming period, you must not leave the Star Sea congregations. I will be heading to the sea-breaking rift and do not know when I will return, the man in the long robe said. He had the title of Sage Fuchen, known as Sage Fuchen, and Hao's master in the Star Sea congregations. And Hao opened his eyes, looked at him, and frowned. Why can't I leave? I don't even have divine exotic city. Clearly, he was quite displeased with Liya being restricted. After all, he and Liya came from the supreme sect, practically old acquaintances, and seeing an acquaintance suffer, how could he be happy? Sage Fuchen shook his head and said, Your situation is different. Your trouble is greater. There is a divine exotic resentful ghost with an ancient treasure body in the sea-breaking rift. It was once a transcendent immortal and could traverse outer heaven, named Impermanence Tian. Impermanence Tian plans to devour all treasure bodies in the world. He will inevitably target you, and his Tao level is stronger than a wandering immortal. Stronger than a wandering immortal. And Hao's face shifted slightly. Although he now understood the levels of the immortal path realm, the highest he could reach was the wandering immortal. Beyond that, it was a sect taboo not to be explored lightly. Sage Fuchen comforted, If you stay within the Star Sea congregations, he can't do anything to you, so do not venture out. Wait until all congregations eliminate the divine exotic resentful ghost at the bottom of the sea-breaking rift. And Hao nodded. He wouldn't tempt fate by trying to challenge Impermanence Tian's might. Though he might have great talent in terms of strength on this ocean, he knew he was still very weak, even considered a bottom-tier cultivator. Then, Sage Fuchen gave a few more reminders before leaving. And Hao raised his right hand, a wisp of flame emerging from his palm, condensing into a small sun. The firelight illuminated his face, which remained indifferent. Impermanence Tian, Supreme Treasure Body, why do I feel like I want to devour you? The summer heat was intense. In the third Medicine Valley, Guwen rode the Blood Prison Great Saint down from the transmission array platform. Today, he had gone to Xianxia Valley, harvested some medicinal herbs, and spent nearly an hour in the Mystic Valley. Guwen looked up and gazed at the distant Mystic Pure Tree. Under the Mystic Pure Tree, Ji Xiaoyu was staring at it, with Li Lingtian standing nearby, saying something. Guwen patted the Blood Prison Great Saint, signaling it to head towards the Mystic Pure Tree. Little girl, my swordsmanship is really amazing. Are you sure you don't want to learn? You should learn it. I see you have extraordinary talent and need an ultimate skill to protect yourself. Why don't you answer me? I am the crown prince of the present dynasty. No matter how much Li Lingtian persuaded, Ji Xiaoyu ignored him, making him stomp his feet in frustration. At this moment, Gu Ennis' voice floated over. First, defeat Jian'er with your swordsmanship before you brag. Li Lingtian quickly turned around and awkwardly grinned. Guwen dismounted and walked towards Ji Xiaoyu, then said, Don't disturb her, or I'll have Jian'er train you. Li Lingshan's face changed slightly, and he immediately left. When Guwen reached Ji Xiaoyu, she was still staring dazedly at the Mystic Pure Tree. Behind them, the banter of the Blood Prison Great Saint and Li Lingtian could be heard, with the Blood Prison Great Saint always managing to irritate Li Lingtian. Guwen looked at Ji Xiaoyu, secretly amazed. Had she begun path enlightenment just 1 month after entering the valley? This was too incredible. He did not disturb Ji Xiaoyu, just stood beside her to protect her from being bothered by other disciples. It wasn't until twilight that Ji Xiaoyu finally came back to her senses. Guwen guessed it was her Buddhist natural reaction. As night fell, she had to cultivate. Ji Xiaoyu turned and saw Guwen, smiling. "Valley Master Brother, why are you here? Finished with your work today?" Guwen rubbed her head and said, "I finished long ago. What were you thinking about just now?" Ji Xiaoyu called him brother because he arranged it so. Initially, she found it awkward, but she got used to it after half a month. Recalling, Ji Xiaoyu said, "I seem to have seen some memories, they belong to me, but I have not experienced them." "Oh, what exactly did you see?" "I saw myself standing in the sky, with many demons and people kneeling before me." As she said this, Ji Xiaoyu's face turned unnatural. She felt like she was dreaming, but she did indeed see it. Chapter 266 Divine Exotic Ghost King, Bitter Sea Buddha Sect. Guwen asked, "What else did you see?" Seeing that Guwen did not doubt her, Ji Xiaoyu continued to recount. She saw herself being chased by many people, saw herself diving to the seabed and discovering a palace, and even saw herself flying into the sky to pick stars, among other things. After listening, Guwen said, "You can come here often if you're free." But Ji Xiaoyu shook her head and said, "Forget it, my intuition tells me not to touch those memories." After speaking, Ji Xiaoyu turned and left. Guwen watched her back and suddenly felt that her reincarnation was not just for improving her aptitude. Thinking carefully, it's true, the power contained in Ji Xiaoyu's primordial Taoist talisman was so strong that she did not need to improve her aptitude before nirvana. Could there be another hidden reason, and Ji Xiaoyu's soul had been wary of awakening her previous life memories? Guwen shook his head, not wanting to think too much. After all, Ji Xiaoyu couldn't stay in the Third Medicine Valley forever. At the end of summer, Guwen arrived at Immortal Seeking Island. His divine sense swept around, but the figure of the Immortal Seeking Taoist was nowhere to be seen. Did he really escape? He shook his head, then walked into the streets and began to wander around. This time, he did not call Hu Shaojin. Besides buying seeds, he also wanted to inquire about Impermanence Tion's whereabouts. Now there were battles everywhere on the ocean, even heaven and earth flying immortal conflicts. More and more divine exotic resentful ghosts were escaping from the sea-breaking rift, some in groups and some alone. Those divine soul demons acting alone were very strong. Guwen didn't keep watching the sea-breaking rift, so he came to listen for news. Sure enough, cultivators all over the streets were discussing the sea-breaking rift and the divine exotic resentful ghosts. It was said that there were 9 divine exotic ghost kings in the sea-breaking rift, each having the power to rival a great sect, and some even holding immortal path supreme treasures. The main forces of the Star Sea congregations once encountered one divine exotic ghost king, suffering heavy losses and failing to capture it. The known divine exotic ghost kings were 3, Impermanence Tion, Defying Jiuyo, and Yin Yang Chaos. All 3 had 3-word names, and each had heaven-shaking abilities. Impermanence Tion stormed into a force comparable to the Star Sea congregations, swallowing a great talent alive and leaving leisurely, making a name in battle. Defying Jiuyo created the Jiuyo Sea Fog, wreaking havoc on the ocean, turning all marine life into white bones wherever it passed. Yin Yang Chaos was even scarier, capturing souls and turning them into ghostly soldiers. The 3 divine exotic ghost kings did not fight together. Each could bring disaster to the ocean. There was also good news. It was said that an immortal path supreme treasure appeared in the sea-breaking rift and was seized by a divine monk from the Bitter Sea Buddha sect. Bitter Sea Buddha sect came from a far-off place, not known to the cultivators on Immortal Seeking Island, only that it was very powerful. Guwen wandered around for an hour and then began purchasing medicinal herbs. Before he finished his shopping, dark clouds rolled in, covering Immortal Seeking Island and darkening the entire island. Although Guwen had detected the crisis on Immortal Seeking Island, he did not panic and calmly continued buying medicinal herbs. When he walked out of the mansion's gate, Immortal Seeking Island was already like night. His gaze turned to the alleyway corner, where a claw emerged from the pitch-black wall, followed by a hideous ghost crawling out. It was entirely black, with blood-red cracks all over its body, resembling the 1,000-foot figure in the previous terrifying sea waves. After landing, it looked around, its face bearing 6 eyes, and soon locked its gaze on Guan. With a thunderous roar, the whole city echoed with a nerve-wracking howl, as if hundreds of thousands of monsters were howling together. The 6-eyed resentful ghost also howled, leaping like lightning and appearing before Guan in the blink of an eye. Boom! The 6-eyed resentful ghost instantly turned into ghostly mist, scattering around. Guan walked toward the steps, and the entire city erupted in battle. Numerous cultivators and demons flew into the sky, countless divine exotic resentful ghosts rising like a rain of arrows to chase them. Guan did not receive any lifespan prompt and abandoned the idea of gaining lifespan by capturing divine exotic resentful ghosts. Since there was no profit, there was no need to stay long. Guan used the limitless freedom step to leave Immortal Seeking Island. After returning to the Supreme Sect, he leisurely walked into Mystic Valley. In the summer heat, the disciples were all cultivating inside their rooms. Guan went upstairs to rest and only came to the 3rd Medicine Valley in the evening. Now he liked wandering around, seeming very busy but actually doing nothing, just enjoying such a lifestyle. Upon his return, Guan saw the 9-fingered Divine Lord playing chess with none other than Lu Lingjun's master, the Holy Mother of Western Spirit. Lu Lingjun stood by watching the game, which piqued Guan's interest, and he walked over to join. As he arrived beside Lu Lingjun, he heard the 9-fingered Divine Lord say with a smile, "Much obliged." The disciples all praised him for his skill. The Holy Mother of Western Spirit was calm. She looked at the 9-fingered Divine Lord and asked, "May I ask your name, Senior, and what sect you are from?" The 9-fingered Divine Lord waved his hand, saying, "It's just a game of chess, no need to pry so much. Has the Bitter Sea Buddha sect not taught you manners?" Upon hearing this, the Holy Mother of Western Spirit's expression changed slightly, but she said no more. She stood up, saluted the 9-fingered Divine Lord, and then turned to leave. Lu Lingjun did not follow but looked at Guan beside her, asking curiously, "How did you beat this senior?" The 9-fingered Divine Lord's face turned ashen, and he began to call others to sit down and start another game. Guan replied with a smug smile, "I wanted to interact with you as a mortal, but since you asked, I have to reveal it. I am a chess immortal in the world, using black and white Tai Chi to inquire about the Tao, experiencing worldly tribulations." Lu Lingjun couldn't help but roll her eyes. Beside them, Elder Lu widened his eyes and couldn't help but ask, "Valley Master, are you really a chess immortal?" The other disciples also looked at Guan excitedly. Whether true or not, their expressions made Guan feel very satisfied. "You are teachable," Guan said with a laugh, "just teasing you all. If I were a chess immortal, would I still be here doing chores?" The disciples laughed along, continuously flattering him. Seeing Guan enjoying the disciples' adulation, Lu Lingjun shook her head and smiled. The 9-fingered Divine Lord found Guan very contradictory. Sometimes he was very worldly, sometimes he saw through the mundane. Perhaps it was this contradiction in his character that made his chess moves unpredictable and hard to capture. Afterward, Lu Lingjun pulled Guan away, and they came to a secluded place. "Can you let the girl downstairs come to me? I want to take her as my disciple," Lu Lingjun asked eagerly. Guan, hearing this, shook his head and said, "She is the girl of heavenly pride from the Ji family, only temporarily staying with me. If you want to take her as a disciple, you must ask the vice sect leader." Lu Lingjun pouted and said, "Ji Hanan? He definitely won't agree. He opposed my founding of the Ascension sect before, fearing I would undermine the Supreme Sect." Guan laughed and said, "So what are you doing now?" "I just can't bear to see good talents buried." "So if you can't bear to see good talents from the Supreme Sect being buried, do you want to take all the good talents away?" "You brat, do you think of me like that?" As they bickered, Lu Lingjun started hitting Guan, who was really afraid of hurting her. He suddenly missed the days when Lu Lingjun used to bribe him. Back then, Lu Lingjun's attitude was as good as could be. Women are indeed changeable. Guan suddenly asked, "Your master is from the Bitter Sea Buddha sect? What kind of sect is that and where is it?" He was curious because he had also heard this name mentioned today on Immortal Seeking Island. Lu Lingjun replied, "Yes, the Bitter Sea Buddha sect is very far from the Supreme Sect. Not even Ji Hantian could find it in a lifetime. So far away, you won't become a nun at the Bitter Sea Buddha sect, will you? Don't talk nonsense, let's not discuss this." Lu Lingjun gave Guan a stern look and then changed the topic, seemingly afraid of offending the Holy Mother of Western Spirit. After chatting for a while, Lu Lingjun left. Guan then walked towards his loft. Upon reaching the loft, Ji Xiaoyu suddenly ran out of the house, saying she had something to tell him. So, they went upstairs together. After sitting down, Guan looked at Ji Xiaoyu sitting opposite and asked, "What's the matter?" Ji Xiaoyu replied, "Wait a moment, Valley Master Brother, read a book first." Seeing her nervousness, Guan found it amusing and didn't press for an answer, instead picking up Investiture of the Gods to read. "Valley Master Brother, why are you reading Investiture of the Gods? They all say you like reading Green Hero Travelogue," Ji Xiaoyu asked curiously. Guan's face changed instantly, and he sternly asked, "Who said that?" "Tang Yu, Pringchang, Qinjie, they all said so. Don't listen to their nonsense. Tomorrow I'll educate them properly. How dare they slander their master?" "Slander? Isn't Green Hero Travelogue a good book?" "Don't ask, just read a book yourself." Guan threw Journey to the West on the table to Ji Xiaoyu and then focused on reading. An hour later, Ji Xiaoyu put down Journey to the West, let out a sigh of relief, and said, "They finally left. 2 people came to the valley today, making me feel very uncomfortable. One of them even wanted to take me as a disciple, but I refused." Guan sensed that the Holy Mother of Western Spirit and Lu Lingjun had already flown away and was secretly surprised. Ji Xiaoyu, who was only at the 9th layer of the energy cultivation realm, could sense the Holy Mother of Western Spirit's presence? She could even judge when the Holy Mother of Western Spirit left. Extraordinary indeed. Guan asked, "Why did they make you feel uncomfortable? Have you seen them before?" Ji Xiaoyu replied, "No, but when I was in a trance under the mystic pure tree, I saw some images of people with similar auras to them, and those people wanted to capture me." Could it be that Ji Xiaoyu was an enemy of the Bitter Sea Buddha sect in her previous life? It seemed that he needed to pay more attention to the Holy Mother of Western Spirit. If she recognized Ji Xiaoyu, he had to be cautious to avoid implicating the disciples in the valley. "Valley Master Brother, you'd better stay away from them. I feel that nothing good will come from getting close to them," Ji Xiaoyu said seriously. Guan nodded and said, "Don't mention this to anyone else to avoid trouble." Ji Xiaoyu replied, "Don't worry, I'll only tell you. Besides you, I feel that no one else in this world would harm me. It's a strange feeling, but that's truly how I feel." Chapter 267, Stronger Physique. Hearing Ji Xiaoyu's words, Guan couldn't help but feel curious. Why did she have such thoughts? In her past life, before her death, Guan did indeed help her, but that was in the guise of the sword Venerable Fudao. Could it be that Ji Xiaoyu had already seen through his true identity at that time? That was impossible. The 9 extremes yin-yang body could shield against probing and causal deduction. To see through his identity, the other party's cultivation level would have to be far higher than his. Could it be because of Guan's identity? Guan suddenly recalled when they were children, Ji Xiaoyu once spoke up to save him. Thinking carefully, it seemed Ji Xiaoyu had only saved him and not shown such kindness to other house servants, or perhaps she didn't meddle in their affairs. Guan smiled and said, "Since you trust me so much, I must treat you well. As long as you're in Medicine Valley, you can cultivate at ease. No one can harm you." Ji Xiaoyu nodded, then started talking about Journey to the West again. Recently, in addition to her cultivation, she had also begun reading like Guan, becoming more and more fascinated with Journey to the West as she read. The two chatted for an hour before Ji Xiaoyu left. Autumn arrived. Guan returned to Immortal Seeking Island. After the attack by the divine exotic resentful ghosts, the island had become somewhat desolate, but overall it had not declined. The strength of Immortal Seeking Island was still formidable. Without an attack from a divine exotic resentful ghost that surpassed the loose immortal realm, it was difficult to shake the foundation of Immortal Seeking Island. Guan sent a message to Hu Shaojian, who quickly appeared before him. After the salute, Hu Shaojian began recounting the attack on Immortal Seeking Island. When he mentioned the divine exotic resentful ghosts, his face was full of fear and dread. Those fellows reformed in less than 5 breaths after being scattered. They were too troublesome. Fortunately, the island master used divine skills to move them all away. Unable to break through, they eventually dispersed. Hu Shaojian shivered as he spoke. Guan comforted him after hearing, "It's okay, it's over now. Don't worry. Immortal Seeking Island has stood here for so many years, it won't be easily destroyed." Just afraid of a divine exotic ghost king descending, Hu Shaojian sighed. What does Immortal Seeking Island have that would attract a divine exotic ghost king? Indeed, the divine exotic ghost king doesn't seek heavenly treasures, only wishing to slaughter the strong and use them for their own purposes. Hu Shaojian nodded, his mood lifting. Afterward, he led Guan to continue their procurement, while also talking about the sea-breaking rift and the divine exotic resentful ghosts news. Guan listened. Currently, various parts of the ocean were under attack from the divine exotic resentful ghosts. Their numbers were increasing, causing the maritime sects to take action. Many sects that Hu Shaojian had never even heard of before displayed their power, astounding him. Deep Sea Spirit Palace, Mortal World Peak, Bitter Sea Buddha Sect, Purple Pill Palace, Immortal Fall Gorge, Vast Energy Taoist Sect, Time Divine Pavilion. This vast world left Hu Shaojian deeply moved. Guan, however, wasn't much affected. He had previously used his divine sense to probe and found that this world was on par with the Star Sea congregations, with over 100 sects at the same level, demonstrating the world's immense strength. Some sects could already travel to outer heaven, yet they remained here. Perhaps there were unimaginable dangers in outer heaven for mortal spirits. Guan was curious about the power that enveloped the great heavenly spirit land, forbidding beings below the heaven and earth flying immortal realm from leaving. What exactly was it? Was it the constraints of the world or the work of some higher force? In any case, Guan didn't plan to venture to outer heaven lightly. Since only heaven and earth flying immortals could leave the great heavenly spirit land, he needed to surpass that level by at least 2 major realms before exploring. It would be too frustrating to die out there. When Hu Shaojian mentioned medicinal herbs, Guan's thoughts returned to reality. Compared to the divine exotic resentful ghosts, he was more concerned with extending his lifespan. The years flowed on. Since ancient times, the mortal world had been full of hardships, but those who could live long lives were few. Longevity and immortality, that was what Guan cared about most. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. Guan's lifespan had already exceeded 28 million years, nearing 30 million years. In these 5 years, the ocean faced endless calamities, and Immortal Seeking Island experienced 2 more attacks. However, the mainland where Supreme Sect resided remained peaceful, unaffected by the ocean's tribulations. In the forest, Guan sat on the back of the blood prison Great Saint, watching with a smile as Yang Jian and Li Lingtian sparred. Though Li Lingtian had reached the 2nd layer of the core formation realm, he was still suppressed by Yang Jian, who appeared to be only in the foundation establishment realm. In reality, Yang Jian had already formed his nascent soul. Even if he suppressed his cultivation to the foundation establishment realm, his physical strength was not something a core formation realm cultivator could withstand. Bang! Li Lingtian crashed into a tree trunk, causing the 1,000-year-old tree to tremble, leaves falling. 10 zhang away, Yang Jian retracted his leg, patting his robe. His sharp aura subsided, and the oppressive feeling he exuded disappeared. Li Lingtian sat on the ground, clutching his chest in pain. The voice of the blood prison Great Saint came, "Li Ling, your cultivation results are too weak. Like this, you still dare to call yourself Lingtian?" Hearing this, Li Lingtian grew anxious, but with Guan and Yang Jian there, he could only suppress it. Damn it! What kind of monster is this guy? Li Lingtian struggled to stand, looking at Yang Jian with fear. Fortunately, it was just a spar. If it were a life-and-death fight, he wouldn't just die, he would die horribly. He felt that over the years, Yang Jian's ferocity had grown, and even someone as fearless as him was terrified, afraid of provoking him. "Jianer, you were too heavy-handed. Apologize." Gu's voice came, and Yang Jian looked at Li Lingtian. Noticing his serious internal injuries, he immediately felt guilty and hurried forward. "Sorry, I was distracted just now." Yang Jian stood before Li Lingtian, his face full of regret. Seeing his expression, Li Lingtian didn't feel better. In fact, he felt worse. He forced a smile, saying, "It's fine, I'm just not skilled enough." He suddenly wanted to leave the Third Medicine Valley. He thought staying by Yang Jian would help him learn more, but why did the gap feel like it was widening? He almost forgot what it felt like to win. To be precise, he had never won. Since becoming an adult, he only sparred with Yang Jian and wouldn't bully other disciples in the valley. Gu called them back to the valley, simultaneously scanning the ocean with his divine sense. 5 years had passed, and the seas around the continent had started to show signs of the divine exotic resentful ghosts. Though few in number, it was not a good omen. For having once struck down a 1,000-zhang tall figure and dispersed giant waves, he surely left a profound impression on the mysterious existence within the sea-breaking rift. But all these years, no danger had arrived, which was definitely not a stroke of luck. The mysterious entity under the sea-breaking rift must be plotting something. The desire for a breakthrough grew stronger in Gu's heart. With a cultivation level of the 9th layer of the carefree primordial immortal realm, he would remain unafraid of calamities. Even if he couldn't win, he could escape. But if he could escape, what about Medicine Valley and those he cared about? Escaping with them all would be inconvenient and could expose his true cultivation level. Damn heavenly Tao, obstructing my pursuit of 100 million years of lifespan, Gu thought to himself, frustrated. The blood prison great saint beneath him couldn't fathom his thoughts. It was busy teasing Li Lingtian, making Li Lingtian's face turn completely red, feeling like exploding. As they approached the valley entrance of the Third Medicine Valley, Gu noticed a figure. He lightly patted the ox's back, signaling the blood prison great saint to speed up. In the end, Li Lingtian ran faster, rushing over like a gust of wind. "Sister Yu, why are you here?" Li Lingtian asked with a flattering smile. 16-year-old Ji Xiaoyu stood at the valley entrance, tall and slender, dressed in a belted blue dress, with beautiful makeup, her long hair coiled under a purple crown, looking like a fairy in a painting. Even some passing disciples from the valley couldn't help but frequently glance at her. Compared to her past life, she had grown more beautiful and not as cold in temperament. Originally smiling, Ji Xiaoyu's smile faded as soon as Li Lingtian appeared, and she took a step to the side. This step made the already hurt Li Lingtian feel even worse. When the blood prison great saint got closer, Ji Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Brother Valley Master, are you done?" Gu nodded and asked, "Do you have something to discuss?" "Let's talk inside," Ji Xiaoyu said, heading toward Gu's pavilion. Li Lingtian looked at her back, hesitating to speak. Riding the blood prison great saint, Gu followed her back. Yang Jian also left alone to continue his cultivation. He still wasn't strong enough to contend with Impermanence Tian. Only Li Lingtian remained at the valley entrance, looking around, feeling very depressed. "You beat up Laozi, and you're all happy and dispersed?" On the other hand, Gu led Ji Xiaoyu to the second floor of the pavilion. After sitting down, he stretched lazily and asked, "What's the matter?" Ji Xiaoyu sat down and took the paper and pen beside her, beginning to write. Gu picked up a book, reading while waiting. He pondered whether to enhance his physique and cultivation technique if he broke through early. His mystic holy body was stronger than the treasure body, having upgraded from the 5 elements treasure body to the innate Taoist body, then transformed into the mystic holy body. But the mystic holy body could still improve. After all, the path to becoming stronger was endless. After a long time, Ji Xiaoyu stopped writing. She looked up at Gu and pouted, "Why don't you care at all about what I'm writing?" Gu put down his book and smiled, "Aren't I waiting for you to finish? I've lived 150 years longer than you. It's not easy to get curious so quickly." Ji Xiaoyu pushed the dozen sheets of paper she had written toward Guan. This is a cultivation technique I comprehended last night. Have a look. Guan picked them up and read them one by one. After he finished, he was astonished and said, "What a marvelous technique. Did you really comprehend this?" This technique was indeed excellent, though not as good as his own. However, within the Supreme Sect, it would definitely be highly valuable, not something an inner sect disciple could buy. Ji Xiaoyu replied, "Yes, sort of. This technique can cleanse the muscles and marrow. You always complain about your poor aptitude. You can try this technique. It doesn't affect your energy absorption skill, so you can cultivate it with peace of mind." Guan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Can I teach it to others?" Ji Xiaoyu furrowed her brows slightly at that. Guan chuckled, "If it's not allowed, then forget it. Thank you very much." Chapter 268, The Catastrophe of the Star Sea Congregations. You can teach it to others too, but whether they can master it is hard to say. This cultivation technique requires a large amount of medicinal herbs to temper the body. I only taught it to you because you happen to have the Medicine Valley. Ji Xiaoyu spoke, then she stood up and turned to leave. Just leaving like that? Guan couldn't help but ask. Got to go cultivate? Ji Xiaoyu replied without turning her head. This time, after walking out of the room, she didn't close the door. Guan smiled to himself, muttering, "Still has the heart of a girl." He didn't mind and put away the cultivation technique Ji Xiaoyu had written. In fact, he had similar cultivation techniques. He had just asked casually just now. The techniques that change one's physique often require a large accumulation of rare and precious items. Having just the method isn't enough. Guan began to scan the entire mortal world with his divine sense, looking for a suitable place to break through. He couldn't imagine how much disturbance the upcoming breakthrough would cause, so he wanted to choose a place far away from living beings. Referring to the commotion caused by his last breakthrough, Guan was troubled. He felt that wherever he chose to break through, it would alarm the surrounding forces and affect living beings. His gaze suddenly fell on the sea-breaking rift, sensing the vast and dense spiritual energy within. How about breaking through inside the sea-breaking rift? This idea grew on him, and Guan felt it might be worth trying. Once I reach a lifespan of 30 million years, I'll go for the breakthrough. In the Grand Hall, and Hao was meditating in a pool, his brows furrowed, feeling restless. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his vision filled with blood vessels, and everything around him was shaking violently, causing his mind to become hazy. He vaguely saw a mass of black air rushing into the hall, quickly approaching him. The black air landed by the pool and condensed into a human figure. And Hao wanted to stand up but found himself unable to. Flame primordial treasure body, although cultivated later, surpasses the innate, remarkable. A voice rang out. If Guan and Yang Jian were here, they would surely recognize it as the voice of Impermanence Tian. And Hao stared intently at Impermanence Tian. Despite being immobile, he showed no trace of fear. The black air surged, revealing Impermanence Tian's handsome yet sinister face. He looked down at Hao with a greedy smile. Supreme Treasure Body, you two were cultivated later, Hao said calmly. Impermanence Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. His eyes were filled with meaning as he coldly laughed. It seems you are not simple. Perfect, I'll consume you, then go after the Mystic Gang Dominator body. Hao sat in the pool, staring at him without making a sound. Make sure the Star Sea congregations are ready. I want to see if today's Star Sea congregations still have the might of their former days. Impermanence Tian said this and then vanished like smoke. Hao suddenly awoke, gasping for air, his body regaining its senses. He braced himself on the edge of the pool, his face drenched in cold sweat, but his eyes were full of ferocity. Supreme Treasure Body, why? Hao muttered softly, his voice like the growl of a beast. 2 years passed by swiftly. Guan returned to the pavilion with freshly picked medicinal herbs. He checked his attribute panel and saw that he was just 100,000 years away from reaching a lifespan of 30 million years. He smiled. Once I reach 30 million years, I'll break through. Guan sat down at his desk, starting to imagine what realm lay beyond carefree primordial immortal. After a while, A figure walked in briskly, and a fragrance filled Gu An's nose, pulling his divine sense back. Xianxia approached the desk, took out a book, and placed it on the desk with a proud smile. "Take a look." Gu An immediately picked up the book on the desk and began to read through it. The more he read, the more his brows furrowed. Seeing this, Xianxia became nervous and asked, "Is it very bad?" This book was a novel, clearly imitating Journey to the West. The protagonist was also a demon, needing to take risks and travel far to find the immortal path's supreme treasure that could fulfill wishes. Objectively, it was pretty good. Gu An just felt regretful. Xianxia had reformed. Gu An suddenly felt that he was being unreasonable. When Xianxia was writing, he found it annoying. Now that she wasn't, he felt regretful. "It's pretty good, keep it up." Gu An closed the book and returned it to Xianxia, speaking casually. Xianxia, seeing his dismissive attitude, clenched the book tightly in her hand. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came. Ji Xiaoyu, dressed in white, walked up. At 18, her temperament was even more outstanding. Her features had fully matured, her eyes captivating, and a red thin line on her forehead made her even more stunning. Xianxia looked back and was also captivated by Ji Xiaoyu's appearance. Although Ji Xiaoyu had been in the Third Medicine Valley for years, the two women had never met. Xianxia had not come back for many years. Ji Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Xianxia, appraising her carefully. Suddenly, Xianxia laughed, turned to Gu An and asked, "Gu An, do you not like this kind of book and only like to read the Supreme Secret Records?" Gu An's expression changed drastically. He quickly said, "How could that be? I like this kind of book. What Supreme Secret Records? I haven't read those." He shot Xianxia a meaningful look. Xianxia immediately placed the book in her hand on the desk, saying, "Then can you read it carefully? I'll quiz you next time." "Of course, I like it a lot. I'll definitely be able to recite it backward," Gu An said seriously. Xianxia gave Gu An a look that said, "Smart move," and then left. As she passed Ji Xiaoyu, she nodded with a smile, making Ji Xiaoyu frown. Ji Xiaoyu walked to the desk and softly asked, "Is she threatening you? Tell me, I can help you settle it." At 18, she had already reached the 8th floor of the Foundation establishment realm. She was very confident in her abilities. Gu An laughed and said, "Not at all. I've known her for over 100 years. She just likes to bicker with me. Let's not talk about her. Why are you here?" Ji Xiaoyu looked at Gu An and said, "I'm planning to leave for a while. I have some matters to attend to back at the Ji family." "Go ahead. Do you need me to take you to see the vice sect leader?" "Yes." Ji Xiaoyu nodded, and Gu An immediately stood up. He had been to the main city of the sect and knew where Ji Hantian lived. Now he could go anywhere in the Supreme Sect, but he preferred to wander around the Outer Gate City. The disciples of the Outer Gate City were easier to get along with. Inner Sect disciples had a bit of a distance, and the disciples of the main city were all filled with arrogance. As a core formation realm disciple, most people in the main city looked at him with a strange gaze. Along the way, Gu An and Ji Xiaoyu chatted casually. Although their words were not very frequent, they said whatever came to mind. Even if there was silence, it didn't feel awkward. An hour later, Gu An and Ji Xiaoyu arrived at the gate of the Ji mansion. Gu An stopped and said, "Go ahead." Ji Xiaoyu nodded and walked toward the gate. Gu An turned and left. Ji Xiaoyu stopped and watched him leave, her brows furrowed, lost in thought. Gu An could naturally feel her gaze. He didn't dare to look back, fearing she would inquire about the Supreme Secret Records. In this life, Ji Xiaoyu was more suspicious than in his previous life, especially after their relationship grew closer. Whatever she was curious about, she would find a way to understand. After arriving at the inner sect city via the transmission array platform from the main city of the sect, Gu An suddenly sensed strong battle energy to the south, with an aura surpassing most heaven and earth flying immortal. Near carefree primordial immortal, but still a bit short. His divine sense quickly probed, his expression becoming peculiar. Why is it him? Gu An suddenly thought of something and instantly understood. He didn't stop and continued walking. He walked along the street, looking at the disciples coming and going. Many years had passed, and there were now quite a few demons among the inner sect disciples, marking the initial integration of the human race and the demon clan. Guan continuously performed lifespan detection, incidentally checking the disciples' karma along the way. This was his habit, and also his enjoyment. Boom! Deafening explosions sounded outside the hall. And Hao was meditating in the pool, his brows furrowed. There were more than a dozen great cultivators standing in the hall, both men and women, each with an extraordinary presence. Qi Bei, who brought Hao into the Star Sea congregations, and Qi Jiuxiao were also there. How is this guy so strong? Can he really break into the Star Sea congregations? After all, he is the divine exotic ghost king. If he had no true ability, he would have been killed long ago. It's really outrageous, daring to come to our Star Sea congregations to capture someone. Fortunately, the sect hierarch is here. We don't need to worry. Even so, his momentum is a bit exaggerated. Listening to the discussions of the sect's elders, and Hao's face looked grim. He didn't expect Impermanence Tian to be so arrogant, actually daring to forcefully break into the Star Sea congregations. He could feel the pressure from Impermanence Tian growing stronger, indicating that the enemy was getting closer and had already locked onto him. At the same time, outside the palace, the blue sky whipped up a strong wind, stirring the sea of clouds into a massive vortex in the sky. The floating islands below seemed insignificant like specks of dust. The cultivators of each floating island flew out, bringing out their magic artifacts, ready for battle. The doors of Hao's palace opened, and everyone walked out, including Hao. The sect hierarch is here, a female cultivator said excitedly. The other great cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. From the swirling clouds in the sky emerged glimpses of a flag. A streak of light fell from it, swiftly landing at the cliff's edge in front of Hao's palace. As the light dispersed, a man in a wide white robe appeared, draped in flowing clouds, with various jade pendants of different shapes hanging from his belt that swayed in the wind. His broad back exuded an imposing aura. Even though he had his back to Hao and the others, his aura that reached the sky astounded them. Great Mingtian, the sect hierarch of the Star Sea congregations, heaven and earth flying immortal realm. His countenance was stern, his long beard fluttering, and his eyes carried a fierce light. His long hair was tied under a crown adorned with small flags. He raised his right hand, and one of the flags flew out, quickly enlarging as it landed in his hand. This flag was none other than the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure, the Star Sea Primordial Unity Banner. Stars glimmered on the banner, emanating a vast and majestic aura. Star Sea Primordial Unity Banner, it has been a long time. Impermanence Tian's cold laughter filled the air. As his voice echoed, a massive black rift suddenly tore through the sky, stretching hundreds of miles as if the sky had been cleaved by a sword, spectacular yet terrifying. Chapter 269, Waiting for Death? Who said that? All the cultivators in the minor heaven and earth looked towards the black rift hanging on the horizon. Everyone was tense, as if confronting a formidable enemy. These people hid in the deepest part of the Star Sea congregation's minor heaven and earth, and the fact that Impermanence Tian could force his way in proved that many Star Sea congregation's cultivators had already perished at his hands. A figure flew out from the black rift. It was Impermanence Tian. Impermanence Tian was bare-chested, his hair was disheveled, and a giant python coiled around his waist, its body covered in black scales, the snake's head wrapped around his back, emerging from behind his left shoulder to look forward with him, constantly flicking its tongue. His upper body displayed a bizarre black pattern, as if some kind of emblem, making him look even more terrifying. From afar, his gaze locked onto Hao. Hao couldn't help but frown. Impermanence Tian's mouth corner lifted in a fearsome smile. Hurry up and form your formation. Let me see if today's Star Sea Primordial Unity Banner is as formidable as it was back then. Impermanence Tian's voice echoed as he swung his palm, unleashing a terrifying gale that ravaged thousands of miles. One floating island after another activated their protective formations, forming circles of light, yet all the islands trembled. Great Mingtian stood at the edge of a cliff, holding the Star Sea Primordial Unity banner in one hand, facing the wind. He snorted coldly, raised the Star Sea Primordial Unity banner in his hand, and the black flag soared upward, quickly growing larger, reaching a height of 10,000 feet in the blink of an eye, casting the entire floating island into darkness. Moreover, the small flags on Great Mingxian's headband also soared into the sky, standing alongside the 10,000-foot black flag, rapidly enlarging. There were actually 12 Star Sea Primordial Unity banners. 12 banners, your capabilities are decent, but this is far from enough. Impermanence Tian sneered, swinging his hand once again. This time, a dreadful blood wind surged out from the black rift behind him like a flood, unstoppable. In an instant, the terrifying blood wind collided with the 12 Star Sea Primordial Unity banners. The 12 10,000-foot banners trembled, countless stars on the flag surfaces burst into light, and the ocean below surged, forming a gigantic hand reaching towards Impermanence Tian. Impermanence Tian stepped forward, his right foot landing with such force that it shattered the oceanic giant hand below. Great Mingxian's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with dread. 8th level of the Heaven and Earth Flying Immortal Realm. Your cultivation level is very high, but it seems you've spent most of your time on improving your cultivation level. Your mana is a bit weak. Impermanence Tian's laughter echoed through the heavens and earth, causing the faces of all Star Sea Congregation's cultivators to change dramatically. Could this divine exotic ghost king be stronger than their sect hierarch? Defeat me first, then talk. Great Mingxian's voice rang out as he leaped up, spreading his arms and casting spells swiftly. The 12 Star Sea Primordial Unity banners whipped up fierce winds, the flag surfaces flapping loudly, and countless meteorites flew out, their momentum immense and endless, all crashing towards Impermanence Tian. In a blink, the entire ocean darkened, countless meteorites covered the sky, some crushing towards Impermanence Tian head-on, others encircling, seemingly forming a formation. Impermanence Tian stepped forward, his momentum dispersing all the incoming meteorites. With each step he took, his presence grew stronger, the strength energy swirling visible around him. His gaze fixed once more on Anhao, even sending his voice transmission, "Flame primordial treasure body, are you ready to be devoured by me? You better resist. The stronger you are, the happier I will be. The happier I am, the less pain you will endure." Hearing his voice, Anhao clenched his fists. Even though Anhao was unafraid of Impermanence Tian, he knew he was no match for him. He feared that he might drag the Star Sea congregations into this. Since he embarked on the path of immortal cultivation, though everyone acknowledged his talent, he always needed assistance from others, just like at the Supreme Sect before and now at the Star Sea congregations. He felt full of unwillingness. Why wouldn't the heavens give him time? As long as he had 1,000 years, no, just another 500 years, he was confident he could become an immortal, no longer needing anyone's protection. Having the best talent, yet needing others' protection. To him, it was such an ironic matter. Boom! A strong wind swept towards Anhao, the intense light reflected in his eyes, as the sect hierarch Great Ming Tian and Impermanence Tian had already begun their fierce battle, with all kinds of terrifying spells and divine skills shaking the floating island. Impermanence Tian fought without using a Dharma treasure, relying solely on the might of his physical body to combat the spells and divine skills of the Star Sea Primordial Unity banner, breaking them with sheer power. Qi Jiuxiao looked back at Anhao, saying, "Hurry back, don't come out." Anhao bit his teeth, not turning around. Qi Bei spoke up, "The enemy has already come here, hiding in the hall is useless for him. Let him watch the battle." He turned his head, glancing at Anhao with the corner of his eye. "Anhao, watch carefully and remember the power of the ancient treasure body. Today, although many disciples died because of you, we don't regret it. We'll wait for you to grow strong. You have the talent to dominate an era, and our Star Sea congregations are willing to assist you along your path." Hearing this, Anhao felt even more guilt. He was willing to repay the Star Sea congregations in the future, but he feared he wouldn't have the chance. At this moment, he thought of his master. Impermanence Tian could break into the Star Sea congregations, invincible, in his understanding, only his master could match him. His master had once swept across the 7 stars spirit realm. Even if unable to kill Impermanence Tian, he could certainly block his assault. But he couldn't summon his master, he didn't have the face to. His master hated trouble, yet he had already troubled his master more than once. And Hao stared intently at Impermanence Tian, flames igniting on his body, his hair also transformed into flames, his entire being radiating divinity like the deity of the sun. Meanwhile, in another part of the minor heaven and earth of the Star Sea congregations, Liya, clad in black, stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing intently at the heavens, where the sky displayed a myriad of hues, ever-changing. He frowned, mumbling, "And how?" The news of Impermanence Tian coming to seize the flame primordial treasure body had spread long ago, and he had heard it too, so he could immediately guess that today's commotion was directed at Hao. Although he always lost to Hao, he didn't want Hao to die. Such a genius as Hao, if he couldn't grow up, it would be a great pity, at least that was how Liya thought. He could lose, but he couldn't live without a goal to chase. A figure appeared beside Liya, it was Xianxia. Xianxia, seeing Liya still there, sighed in relief, and said seriously, "Don't think about helping Hao. Though your divine exotic city is powerful, you can't yet utilize its full potential. The divine exotic resentful ghost is not only targeting Hao but also you." Liya gazed at the horizon and asked, "Senior, how do you think the calamity brought by the divine exotic resentful ghost should be resolved? It's more terrifying than the demon catastrophe we faced on the mainland. Any one ghost king can force through our Star Sea congregations." Xianxia was silent for a moment, then said, "Great powers will intervene. This is not for you and me to worry about." Divine exotic resentful ghost. Divine exotic city? Liya's eyes shimmered, making it hard to fathom what he was thinking. He suddenly asked, "Senior Xian, is there still no news of Zhang Buku?" Xianxia shook his head, then also looked towards the horizon, his heart equally filled with worry. But what was the use of worrying? This wasn't the mainland, his status as a Mahayana cultivator meant nothing here. Boom, boom, boom. Ocean waves surged to heights of 10,000 feet, floating islands shattered, the sky filled with thunder and flames, black holes constantly appeared in all directions, and Star Sea congregations' great cultivators continuously arrived to aid Great Mingtian. Great Mingtian held the flags with both hands. His body was covered in blood, still fighting fiercely with Impermanence Tian. Impermanence Tian punched, and Great Mingtian crossed the flags to block, but the overpowering force still sent him retreating hundreds of miles, his hands trembling as he held the Star Sea Primordial Unity banner, bleeding from the palms. The 10 Star Sea Primordial Unity banners in the sky burst into countless lightning bolts, intertwining around Impermanence Tian. "Ha! What joy! What joy!" Impermanence Tian laughed wildly, the pain from his physical body only making him more frenzied, even boosting his momentum continuously. The ferocity in his eyes almost became tangible. His gaze once again fixed on the wrathful Hao, taunting, "Be furious, be hopeless, you can only watch as I tear them apart." His laughter echoed across the heavens and earth, drowning out all other noises. Hao was utterly enraged, wanting to rush up, but the surrounding cultivators stopped him. "You going up would only inconvenience the sect hierarch," Qi Jiuxiao said sternly, holding the dragon-slaying spear, the spearhead blocking Hao's chest. He was secretly shocked. Was this kid's life fire really so intense? Hao grabbed the dragon-slaying spear with both hands, his gaze fixed on Impermanence Tian, gritting his teeth. But what? "If death is coming, let us die first." An old cultivator snorted coldly. Other great cultivators around also spoke harshly, fearless of death. No one blamed Hao, making him feel even worse. "Are we really just waiting to die?" Hao's face showed intense unwillingness, anger boiling in his heart, causing the flames on his body to burn more vigorously. "Waiting to die? Who said that?" A voice reached Hao's ears, making him instinctively feel irritated. Before he could respond, the surrounding cultivators turned around, as if all were startled. Qi Jiuxiao looked behind Hao, exclaiming in surprise, Fu! Senior! Why are you here? And Hao's body trembled upon hearing this, the flames on his body rapidly dimming. He turned his head cautiously, seeing a familiar figure walking past him and stopping ahead of him. It was none other than Guan, who had cast the 9 extremes yin-yang body. The dark purple demonic shadow struck the cultivator's eyes, except Qi Jiuxiao and Qi Bei. Others were secretly frightened. Where did this person come from? Why had they not noticed at all? And Hao came back to his senses, hurriedly said, Master, he is one of the 9 divine exotic ghost kings, possessing the supreme treasure body of impermanence Tian He. Enough. Just an ant. Why bother introducing it to your master? Guan said, causing all the surrounding faces to change drastically. And Hao was stunned, then relieved, a smile appearing on his face. An ant? Such arrogant words, and who might you be? Impermanence Tian's icy voice came, full of killing intent. Clearly, Guan had angered him. Chapter 270 Desperate Impermanence. Impermanence Tian's voice made the entire world feel as if it were in an icy wasteland, and all the cultivators of the Star Sea congregations felt chills down their spines. Guan ignored Impermanence Tian and stepped forward. Under the towering Star Sea primordial unity banner, the blood-soaked Great Ming Tian turned his head, eyes full of shock. Who is this person? Impermanence Tian also stopped. Gu's dismissive attitude irritated him, and he roared angrily, suddenly transforming into a blood wind, sweeping toward Guan. In the horrifying blood wind, the head of a sea dragon emerged, giant as a mountain, seemingly capable of swallowing Guan and Hao and the others on the floating island in one bite. Everyone on the island's hearts pounded wildly, not daring to blink. Boom! The moment the blood wind and sea dragon collided with Guan, it dissipated instantly, and Impermanence Tian was shaken still, losing his balance, disbelief on his face. No, Impermanence Tian said, his voice trembling. Before he could finish his words, a hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder, causing the giant python on his body to turn into blood mist with a slap. With that slap, Impermanence Tian's heart jumped fiercely, unprecedented panic engulfing him. He was horrified to find that his mana could not be mobilized, and he had lost his combat strength. No matter where you are, I will find you and crush you to death again. Gu's voice entered Impermanence Tian's ears. As his words fell, his right hand squeezed, directly crushing Impermanence Tian's physical body. Boom! A sudden gale arose, raging across the world, blowing numerous cultivators away into the distance. Guan was not just of higher cultivation. His physique was also stronger. His whole Bodhis Chi power was far beyond that of Impermanence Tian's supreme treasure body. In the instant he crushed Impermanence Tian, Guan could feel the bizarre power belonging to the divine exotic resentful ghost quickly retreating from the Star Sea congregations. It was this elusive power that continuously helped the divine exotic resentful ghost to resurrect. It retreated in a manner beyond the rules, quickly shrinking back into the sea-breaking rift. Guan followed and disappeared from where he was. The small minor heaven and earth fell into silence, even the winds sounded oppressive. Great Ming Tian floated in the air, a look of astonishment on his face, unable to recover for a long time. If even he was like this, let alone everyone else. Impermanence Tian is dead. Qi Jiuxiao exclaimed excitedly, his hand shaking as he held the dragon-slaying spear. As he opened his mouth, other cultivators began to exclaim. How is this possible? What just happened? Who was that person? To easily crush the divine exotic ghost king, he seemed to come for an Hao. With such strength, how high must his cultivation level be? His aura completely disappeared. The restrictions and formations of our Star Sea congregations were like nothing to him. More and more cultivators flew toward an Hao, including the hierarch Great Mingtian. Great Ming Tian disregarded his own disheveled state. He stared at an Hao and asked, "What is your relationship with that person just now?" Under everyone's gaze, an Hao took a deep breath and said, "To be honest, he was my first master. When I was a child, he saved me from the claws of a demon and taught me immortal cultivation, leading me into the supreme sect. He is revered as Sword Venerable Fudao by the Supreme Sect. Sword Venerable Fudao. Everyone's faces changed once again. They had heard of the name Sword Venerable Fudao, a presence that swept through the 7 Stars Spirit Realm Cave Masters. If it was him, then it made sense. But who would have thought and how had such a significant background? Seeing the prowess of Sword Venerable Fudao today, they realized the destruction of the 7 Stars Spirit Realm was not unjust. If Sword Venerable Fudao wanted, it was not just those cave masters who would die but also the billions of congregants of the 7 Stars Spirit Realm. On the other side, Guan had already returned to the Supreme Sect, wandering within the Outer Gate City, pondering the power behind Impermanence Tian. Earlier, when he used lifespan detection on Impermanence Tian, he could only see the cultivation level, 9 layers of the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, with the remaining 3 values being 0. The divine exotic resentful ghost, seeming immortal, was not truly so. At least, the divine exotic resentful ghost was not. Guan had already slain 2 divine exotic resentful ghosts and could sense the same power within them. If he could cut off the source of this power, these entities would no longer be able to resurrect. He was prepared to go to the sea-breaking rift and thoroughly resolve Impermanence Tian. Guan brought up the attribute panel, looking at his lifespan, feeling a surge of confidence. Although the sea-breaking rift was dangerous, it was not an impassable place. Guan began to anticipate the realm above carefree primordial immortal. Under the blood-colored firmament, the world dimmed. Seawater continually washed over the wasteland, as if some kind of demon was reaching out its hand. On the wasteland stood a stele, occasionally splashed by waves, which then turned into steam and dissipated. A figure appeared out of thin air in front of the stele, then fell to the ground. It was Impermanence Tian, who lay gasping for breath with terror and panic on his face. "What happened to you?" A cold voice came from within the stele, indistinguishable in gender and emotion. Impermanence Tian struggled to calm himself and gritted his teeth. "I encountered someone. His realm is definitely higher than the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. He also said he would come find me. He wants to kill me." At the thought of what Guan had said, he shivered uncontrollably. He was arrogant to others because he was not only strong but also seemingly immortal. He felt that man could really find him. How could he not panic? How could he not be afraid? Higher than the heaven and earth flying immortal? The voice inside the stele sounded again, as if in thought. Impermanence Tian stood up, gritting his teeth. "What should I do? That guy will definitely come." At this moment, he was more frantic than in how had been. The longer you live, the less you want to die. First, calm down and recover. I will summon the other ghost kings. Then we'll see what he can do to eliminate you under my watchful eye. Upon hearing these words, Impermanence Tian's heart calmed slightly. But just thinking of Guan's figure made him tremble. The sensation of Guan pressing his shoulder was so despairing that he couldn't even muster the slightest anger. He only wanted to rid himself of this karma soon. News of Sword Venerable Fudao annihilating Impermanence Tian, the divine exotic ghost king, spread quickly. It was deliberately done by the Star Sea congregations, partly to make people think there was a connection between them and Sword Venerable Fudao, and partly to dampen the spirits of the divine exotic resentful ghosts, giving hope to the ocean. Though the calamity caused by the divine exotic resentful ghosts was terrifying, there were always powerful beings on the ocean who could resolve it. When Guan arrived at Immortal Seeking Island, it had been only half a month since that battle. The cultivators on the island were all discussing Sword Venerable Fudao. The vast majority of cultivators were unclear about realms above loose immortal. It was precisely because they didn't understand that they worshipped Sword Venerable Fudao even more. First annihilating the 7 Stars Spirit Realm, then the divine exotic ghost king. From their understanding, Sword Venerable Fudao already had the strongest record. Guan didn't expect his fame to spread so fast, feeling secretly pleased as he listened. Because of this, he even stayed an extra ancient hour that day. Returning to Mystic Valley, he was in a very good mood. In these 7 days, he had gathered another batch of medicinal herbs, getting closer to a 30 million year lifespan. estimating that he would reach it in no more than 3 months, and that was without deliberately harvesting in advance. He wasn't worried about Impermanence Tion making preparations early, as he would break through before heading to the sea-breaking rift. He planned to eliminate Impermanence Tion with an even higher realm. Guwen walked into the valley in high spirits. When he encountered disciples, he would chat with them with a smile, allowing them to feel his good mood. Time passed quickly. 2 months flew by. The deeds of Sword Venerable Fudao on the sea eventually reached the Supreme Sect, sparking intense discussions among the disciples. The disciples felt honored yet worried. Why had Sword Venerable Fudao gone to the sea? Guwen also heard similar discussions, but he didn't mind. Putting some pressure on the Supreme Sect was a good thing. If any presumptuous individuals tried to probe, he could only accept their unexpected lives. That day at noon, Guwen was playing Go with Nine-Finger Divine Lord, surrounded by dozens of disciples and senior cultivators of the Supreme Sect. Nine-Finger Divine Lord's forehead began to sweat. Guwen held the 7 Stars mirror, fanning himself. No one recognized that this mirror was the Immortal Path's supreme treasure. The 7 Stars mirror appeared slightly different from before in the 7 Stars spirit realm, and its power aura was completely suppressed by Guwen's path of returning primordial spirit. Even Nine-Finger Divine Lord's divine sense couldn't detect anything unusual. Standing behind Guwen, Yu Yingying couldn't help but say, "Stop fanning, it's like a woman playing with a mirror. What is a big man doing with a mirror?" Hearing this, Guwen immediately raised the mirror and smoothed his sideburns. Yu Yingying was so angry that she wanted to grab him. While the two were fooling around, Nine-Finger Divine Lord felt immense pressure. Having played Go for many years, he still couldn't surpass the mountain that was Guwen. Nine-Finger Divine Lord began to be dazed, doubting himself. He had checked Guwen's cultivation level several times and investigated his background secretly. Because he couldn't find out how Guwen concealed great cultivation, he could only doubt himself. A figure approached, gently tapping a female disciple on the shoulder. The disciple turned and hurriedly saluted, then gave way. The visitor was Ji Xiaoyu. She wore a white dress, holding a treasure sword, exuding the demeanor of a female sword fairy. She stepped into the crowd, looking at Guwen's playful behavior, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Seeing her arrival, Guwen lowered the 7 Stars mirror and greeted, "Xiaoyu, why are you back so soon?" Ji Xiaoyu replied, "I came home to fetch something, so naturally, I returned quickly." Guwen nodded without asking further questions. He stood up, saying, "Elder, you ponder on it slowly." He pushed away Yu Yingying and walked out. Yu Yingying, fuming, wanted to kick him, but he skillfully dodged. How could a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator compete with a Core Formation Realm Cultivator? Ji Xiaoyu followed Guwen's pace, chatting as they walked. An elder smilingly stroked his beard. "Elder, how do you feel? You seem helpless." He often lost to Nine-Finger Divine Lord, so seeing him defeated today, he was naturally pleased. At the same time, he was secretly amazed, wondering how his Valley Master's Go skill could be so high. No wonder, it was the creator of Go. Nine-Finger Divine Lord remained silent, staring intently at the board, continuously analyzing and studying Guwen's strategy. Elsewhere, Guwen glanced at Ji Xiaoyu walking beside him and asked, "Do you have something on your mind?" Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu's faint smile disappeared, becoming calm. She said, "I brought back a treasure from my family. It can detect the soul of living beings, and can also discern demons. Do you want to see what your soul looks like?" Chapter 271, Primordial Karmic Body, Primordial Chaos Supreme Holy Skill. Hearing Ji Xiaoyu's words, Guwen was stunned for a moment, then asked, "You came back just for this thing? Want to inspect my soul? Do you think I'm a demon?" Guwen felt strange inside, not knowing how to evaluate Ji Xiaoyu's idea. Ji Xiaoyu seemed to understand his expression. She explained, "Of course, it's not just this capability. If a cultivator can glimpse their own soul, they might enhance their comprehension." "I don't believe it, so I won't try." Guwen waved his hand. Ji Xiaoyu moved closer and whispered, "Just try it, it won't hurt. I'm not afraid of pain, but asking me to inspect my own soul feels invasive." You don't think I'm a demon, right? How could that be? Even if you were a demon, it wouldn't matter, after all. Still saying you're not? Guwen feigned anger and left with a flick of his sleeve. Although he didn't understand the origin of that treasure, Guwen decided to stay away, just in case his soul turned out to be something extraordinary. Of course, rationally speaking, there shouldn't be such a powerful treasure. Ji Xiaoyu stood where she was, watching him leave thoughtfully. Back in his room, Guwen closed the door and took out a strange book he had just acquired from the outer gate city and started reading it. In this life, although Ji Xiaoyu was stubborn, she wasn't the type to pester, so after being refused by Guwen, she just went back to her room to cultivate. In the following days, Guwen avoided Ji Xiaoyu. As autumn approached, Guwen returned from Tianya Valley, and his lifespan finally broke through to 30 million years today. He walked through the mountains and forests, his divine sense extending to the sea, locking onto the sea-breaking rift. Looking at the entire line of the sea-breaking rift, the number of cultivators and demons gathered around exceeded 10 million, not to mention how many creatures had gathered at the bottom of the rift. Soon, Guwen decided where to enter the bottom of the sea-breaking rift. As his right foot took another step, his entire aura suddenly changed, and he directly entered the special state of the carefree primordial immortal. He stepped into the limitless freedom step, quickly leaping out of the continent. After a few steps, he dove into the sea-breaking rift. Upon entering the sea-breaking rift, he felt as if he had entered an abyss. The surroundings were dark, with only the deafening sound of water falling on either side. During his descent, he encountered cultivators, demons, and divine exotic resentful ghosts flying out. Some brushed past him, and some passed directly through his body, none of them noticing his presence. The sea-breaking rift was deeper than Guwen had anticipated, seemingly leading to another world. After descending tens of millions of miles, a dim blue light appeared below, shimmering. He felt a unique aura, like the power of some heaven and earth rule. He passed through this layer of dim blue light, clearly feeling like he had entered another world. The aura of this world felt familiar to him, giving him a sense of being inside divine exotic city. This place also contained many heavens and earths. He flew towards the world with the richest spiritual energy, which was also the most vast, several hundred times the size of the supreme sects continent. During his flight, Guwen saw many cultivators and demons traversing, the lowest cultivation level being the wandering immortal realm. Only those who had reached the wandering immortal realm could freely traverse these heavens and earths. Creatures with lower cultivation levels needed to use different heavens and earths teleportation arrays or space rifts for traversal. He also saw the figures of divine exotic resentful ghosts, wandering in the void, watching the passing creatures and ready to pounce at any moment. Guwen did not look much, his right foot stepping out again, arriving at a cliff. The sky here was blood red, with dark clouds, and faintly visible outlines of several moons. Guwen sat down cross-legged, directly activating the lifespan barrier. The spiritual energy here was incredibly abundant, even denser than the third medicine valley filled with medicinal herbs. No wonder so many cultivators and demons rushed in recklessly. Guwen did not immediately break through, instead admiring the scenery in all directions. The vastness of heaven and earth made it hard to see flowers or plants. Tornadoes roamed the mountains in the distance, stirring up many resentful souls that wailed and howled like ghosts. Desolate, bleak. That was Guwen's feeling. Hard to imagine what had happened to this land to end up in such a state. If everything in this world were flourishing, what level of spiritual energy could be reached? Guwen withdrew his gaze and then called up the attribute panel. Name, Guwen, lifespan, 174/30004901. Physique, mystic holy body, cultivation level, 9th layer of carefree primordial immortal realm. Looking at his lifespan, Guwen's face showed a smile. He rubbed his hands together as if about to do something big. He decided to enhance his physique first and invest 1,000,000 years of lifespan to see the effect. From the innate Taoist body to mystic holy body, he had spent 520,000 years of lifespan back then. He wondered if 1,000,000 years would be enough for a transformation. Investing lifespan. Rows of prompts continued to pop up, all indicating that his bones were getting stronger. Ultimately, 1,000,000 years were not enough for a successful promotion. Guan felt a bit distressed and changed his mind, deciding to try again. So he began to invest his lifespan year by year, 1,000 years at a time. The prompts came continuously, making his expression increasingly unnatural. Finally, you have comprehended the true meaning of heaven and earth for 10,000 years, subjected your body to the tempering of the true meaning of heaven and earth, and your bones have transformed. Your mystic holy body has upgraded to primordial karmic body. Boom. Heaven and earth's spiritual energy suddenly surged toward his body, and a sea of spiritual energy mist appeared on the ground, magnificent and beautiful. Guan's face showed a smile. Breaking through his physique cost 1,670,000 years. Who could bear that cost? Guan hesitated, wondering whether to enhance his cultivation technique. He feared that enhancing both would leave insufficient lifespan to break through his realm. As his realm advanced, the difficulty of breaking through kept increasing. If his next breakthrough consumed as much lifespan as the last time, it would indicate that his power was leaping forward. Reducing the required lifespan would be almost impossible. He could only try to minimize the lifespan consumed in breakthrough without causing the number to multiply. The ground kept shaking, and the spiritual energy in heaven and earth kept sinking, startling countless divine exotic resentful ghosts. On the other side of the world, by the sea, Impermanence Tian suddenly stood up, looking around in panic. The beach under his feet trembled, causing the waves to surge, and the sinking of spiritual energy stirred up strong winds. Could it be him? Impermanence Tian gritted his teeth. Although more than 2 months had passed, he had been on edge, fearing that person would come to kill him any moment. The sinking of spiritual energy might be related to the riot of this world's rules, not related to any person. The cold voice from the tablet emerged, and upon hearing it, Impermanence Tian breathed a sigh of relief and sat down again. Impermanence Tian complained, "Realm Master, when will you regain your cultivation level and control the order of the divine exotic realm? More and more cultivators are breaking in. This will cause trouble sooner or later." The voice in the tablet did not answer him. Impermanence Tian waited a while, but he could only close his eyes and continue practicing. On the cliff, within the lifespan barrier, Guan endured the pain of his Bodhi's transformation, feeling conflicted. Back then, it took 700,000 years of lifespan for the 5 elements Taoist skill to transform into heaven and earth primordial skill. Enhancing it again would probably consume at least 2,000,000 years of lifespan. Do it. He should enhance his cultivation technique since he had already passed heaven and earth primordial skill onto Yang Jian and An Hao. As a master, one must hold back something. How could he practice the same level cultivation technique as his disciples? Guan immediately invested 1,000,000 years of lifespan. As expected, it was not successful. He invested another 1,000,000 years of lifespan. Failed. 500,000 years of lifespan. Failed. 200,000 years of lifespan. Heaven and Earth primordial skill successfully promoted to primordial chaos supreme holy skill, but the cultivation technique level just reached a slight achievement. 2,700,000 years of lifespan. Guan felt heartache, and not only that, the lifespan barrier consumed lifespan quickly. In this short time, it had already consumed several thousand years of lifespan. If he didn't leave himself 1,000,000 years of lifespan, Guan feared either the lifespan barrier would consume him to death, or he would have to shut it down before the breakthrough ended, exposing himself. Guan had intended to enhance the all things form and energy art, which was crucial for hiding his cultivation level and was a body cultivation method. But now, it seemed to have to be set aside. He thought to himself that after breaking through his cultivation level, he would save 5,000,000 years of lifespan to enhance the all things form and energy art. Guan silently thought about it. The memory of the cultivation technique did not flood into his mind. It seemed the primordial karmic body contained mysterious memories that needed to be passed on first before the cultivation technique memories. He waited patiently. An ancient hour later, his physique completely transformed into the primordial karmic body. The primordial karmic body was extremely powerful, capable of isolating all power of cause and effect, even using the power of cause and effect to harm enemies. Everything was tied to cause and effect. An enemy's cultivation technique and divine skills all had cause and effect. He could peer into the cause and effect of their cultivation technique and divine skills to find weaknesses. If his cultivation level were strong enough, he could even directly destroy their Tao level. The primordial karmic body would also generate the primordial divine eye, containing numerous mysteries he would need time to study. Next was receiving the memory inheritance of primordial chaos supreme holy skill. The continuous influx of earth spirit energy into Gu'en's body gave him only a few seconds of clear consciousness before he was plunged into the vast memory. Primordial chaos supreme holy skill contained 5 element attributes, evolving into a chaotic spirit sea, refining stronger mana, origin dharma power. Origin dharma power was a robust and vast power. With the cultivation technique's enhancement, the speed of generating spiritual energy within his body was swift, almost reaching the point of a continuous mana supply. Of course, this would require heaven and earth's spiritual energy and elixirs to match his mana consumption speed. Simultaneously, this cultivation technique included a divine skill, known as the Origin Heaven Capturing Hand. As its name suggested, the Origin Heaven Capturing Hand could capture the sky, act both offensively and defensively, and even had sealing effects. Another ancient hour passed, and Gu'en slowly opened his eyes. A golden thread appeared between his eyebrows, glowing with a golden rainbow, making him appear illusory. Gu'en raised his right hand, condensing Origin Dharma power in his palm, transforming his hand into the Origin Heaven Capturing Hand. He could capture the sky, quell the earth, and even massacre all living beings. Gu'en restrained his urge to strike, dissipating the Origin Dharma power in his hand, then called up the attribute panel again. Seeing his rapidly declining lifespan, he instantly became alert. He patted his face with both hands and thought, the next step is the most crucial moment. Breaking through his cultivation level. Attempting to surpass the carefree primordial immortal. Chapter 272. Breaking through the 9th layer of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm. Gu'en looked at his more than 25 million years of lifespan and began to take deep breaths. Ancestors of Wuxia, please bless me. Gu'en directly invested 10 million years of lifespan in one go. He had never been so generous before. You cultivated chi absorption for 60,000 years, and with great accomplishment in primordial chaos supreme holy skill, you forcibly attempted a breakthrough to the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, started the tribulation crossing, but failed to endure the 6 paths of illusion ultimate law tribulation, resulting in failure. You cultivated chi absorption for 120,000 years, and with great accomplishment in primordial chaos supreme holy skill, you forcibly attempted a breakthrough to the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, started the tribulation crossing, but failed to endure the 6 paths of illusion ultimate law tribulation, resulting in failure, 60,000 years per tribulation crossing. It was still acceptable. After all, the breakthrough to the carefree primordial immortal realm required 50,000 years per tribulation. A higher realm only consumed an additional 10,000 years per attempt, proving that the primordial karmic body and primordial chaos supreme holy skill were indeed exerting their power. Would 10 million years of lifespan bring any surprise? Gu'en's mind was filled with chaotic thoughts, and endless prompts frantically appeared before his eyes, more than he had ever seen before. Failure. Failure. Still failure. Gu'en resumed his previous habit of checking the length of the prompt bar, verifying if there were any changes. If not, it meant no success. Eventually, 10 million years of lifespan were wasted. Breaking through physique and cultivation techniques, even in failure, could at least enhance his understanding of spiritual energy and rules. However, when it came to cultivation level breakthroughs, failure was simply failure. This 10 million years of lifespan was essentially evaporated. Gu'en looked at his remaining more than 15 million years of lifespan, feeling somewhat panicked. 10 million years of lifespan, he would need to farm for 20 years to achieve that. Gu'en could only compare it to the ages of those in the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. They need tens of thousands or even more years to break through a small realm. Why should he feel distressed? Invest heavily. Investing heavily would eventually lead to success. This time, he would not use 10 million years again, but invest 5 million years. Gu silently thought, then focused on the cultivation level column, and invested his lifespan. Failure prompts continued to flood the screen. In the end, even after spending 5 million years of lifespan, the breakthrough was unsuccessful. Another 5 million years of lifespan. Gu's lifespan suddenly dropped to over 5 million years, making him feel extremely short-lived, as if he might die the next day. Alas, it was hard to transition from extravagance to frugality. Gu sighed inwardly, closing his eyes. Yet even with his eyes shut, he could still see the prompts. Another failure. This time, he evaporated 20 million years of lifespan. This was after enhancing his physique and cultivation techniques. If he had not enhanced them, would he have needed over 30 million years of lifespan to succeed in a breakthrough? Gu gritted his teeth and invested another million years of lifespan. You cultivated chi absorption for 730,000 years, and with great accomplishment in primordial chaos supreme holy skill, you forcibly attempted a breakthrough to the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, started the tribulation crossing, endured the 6 paths of illusion ultimate law tribulation, succeeded in the tribulation crossing, and your cultivation level broke through to the first layer of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm. You cultivated chi absorption for 830,000 years, and your cultivation level broke through to the second layer of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm. You cultivated chi absorption for 930,000 years, and your cultivation level broke through to the third layer of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm. You cultivated chi absorption for 1 million years, and your cultivation level increased. He finally succeeded. Before the breakthrough, the recovery time after failing the tribulation crossing was shortened, which was somewhat peculiar. Gu let out a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. After 21 million years of lifespan, he finally succeeded in the breakthrough. 10,000 years per small realm, Gu felt it was somewhat small. He continued to invest his lifespan, raising his realm to the 9th layer of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm in one go, consuming another 1,030,000 years of lifespan. Reaching the 5th layer of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm required 20,000 years for a breakthrough, and from the 8th layer to the 9th layer, it took 30,000 years of lifespan. 22,030,000 years. Gu wanted to see how many years it would take for a real divine immortal of wondrous Dharma to break through a small realm in reality. If it was less than his, he could accept it, as the cost of lifespan evolution exceeded reality. But it couldn't be much less, or he would find it hard to accept. However, he did not want to deal with divine immortals of wondrous Dharma for now. He was not even 200 years old and did not want to interact with those tens of thousands or even millions of years old monsters. There was a generation gap. As he thought, he endured the violent surge of Earth's spirit energy flowing into his body. This disturbance far exceeded the one caused by the enhancement of physique and cultivation techniques, and the whole heaven and earth was trembling. Endless divine exotic resentful ghosts flew out, covering the sky and earth, fleeing everywhere, wailing everywhere, making even Gu feel annoyed. But for the sake of the breakthrough, he could only wait in peace. This disturbance began to radiate to other heavens and earths, as every piece of heaven and earth was connected by rules of power. In a small piece of heaven and earth, a figure flew out from the mountains and forests. This was a woman in a purple dress with a small ghost lying on her shoulder, precisely the second cave master of the 7 stars spirit realm. She frowned tightly, her divine sense spreading, covering the whole minor heaven and earth, failing to find the cause of the calamity. Mother, earlier the spiritual energy sank in the sea. Why is it happening in the divine exotic realm? Is it man-made or some kind of omen? The small ghost asked cautiously, scanning the surroundings in fear as if some terrible power in the darkness had set its sights on him. After a long time, the second cave master finally spoke. I am not sure either, but it is not just the spiritual energy of this heaven and earth that is sinking, it is happening in other heavens and earths as well. This indicates that this anomaly is not directed at us. The small ghost continued. I heard that divine strange ghost King Heaven Unpredictable was crushed by Sword Venerable Fudao. Mother, do you think Sword Venerable Fudao infiltrated here? The second cave master's face changed slightly and immediately disappeared from the spot. By the seaside, Heaven Unpredictable stood before a stele, trembling all over with nervousness. He turned his head toward the stone tablet and asked through gritted teeth, "Realm Master, is it really all right?" As his words fell, phantom figures appeared out of thin air around the stele, each exuding an aura no weaker than Heaven Unpredictable. There were 8 figures in total. The 9 divine exotic ghost kings gathered. Each of their faces was incredibly solemn. A woman with a human head and a snake body spoke up, "Realm Master, the spiritual energy of all heavens and earths is sinking, unknown forces are siphoning it off, it is impossible to trace." Her enchanting face frowned, and her eyes were filled with fierce hostility. Other divine exotic ghost kings started speaking, all expressing unease. Is it possible that it is the transcendental beings from the Bitter Sea Buddha sect? The Bitter Sea Buddha sect is manageable, but I fear it might be the doing of the Immortal Path Holy Court. That cannot be, except for those who have transcended the rules of the heavens, who could cause such a commotion. What should we do if they do not follow the rules? Let's wait for the Realm Master's instruction, he surely knows more than we do. The divine exotic ghost kings debated and then all looked at the stele. Blood began to seep out of the steel's surface, and a pale hand reached out from within, its nails sharp like a ghost's claws. Soon after, a head emerged, sparse white hair hanging down. It was a naked man with black runes crawling all over his bloodless body, squirming like fiendish worms, making one's skin crawl. The master of divine exotic realm. As soon as he appeared, all 9 divine exotic ghost kings knelt halfway down, bowing to him. The master of divine exotic realm landed, and black armor covered his body, looking like a myriad of snake scales tightly packed together, even forming a dark red crown with 2 dragon souls writhing within, seemingly trying to escape their confinement. He opened his eyes, and there were no pupils, only a blood-red color. "All of you sit down, I will carefully investigate," the master of divine exotic realm said, his tone indifferent. Upon hearing his words, the divine exotic ghost kings sighed in relief and sat down one after another. As soon as they sat, they felt a terrifying divine sense sweep past their ghost bodies, alarming them. Could it be that the Realm Master had restored his cultivation? Each of them was at the 9th layer of the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, with 1 foot in the carefree primordial immortal realm. Yet, in front of the divine sense of the master of divine exotic realm, they felt themselves weak and insignificant. Elsewhere, within the lifespan barrier, Guan opened his eyes and looked toward the skyline, puzzled. Despite the barrier of lifespan, he still sensed the divine sense of a carefree primordial immortal sweeping over the entire heaven and earth. That person was not an ordinary carefree primordial immortal. No wonder so many sects could not do anything about the sea-breaking rift. Achieving the heaven and earth flying immortal realm meant going beyond heaven. How much more so for a carefree primordial immortal? At least until today, Guan had not encountered a true carefree primordial immortal. Guan calmed down, waiting for his breakthrough. Endless spiritual energy surged into his body as the mental method of primordial chaos supreme holy skill started to operate, continuously impacting higher realms. He could clearly feel his soul undergoing transformation. What was a divine immortal of wondrous dharma? Guan was filled with anticipation. The cliff beneath his feet trembled violently, even beginning to crack. He was not, however, worried. At worst, he would fall. After all, the lifespan barrier followed him. In the meantime, countless divine exotic resentful ghosts flew around, seemingly patrolling the heaven and earth, occasionally passing over his head. He really feared a divine exotic resentful ghost might break in. If discovered by that carefree primordial immortal, it would be disastrous. In that case, Guan could only kill the intruder. But Guan always suspected that the other party might have a background. The sea-breaking rift affected countless sea regions and sects, some of which even had array restrictions to prevent carefree primordial immortals peeping. Even so, So far only heaven and earth flying immortals had stepped forward to fight the divine exotic resentful ghosts of the sea-breaking rift, which spoke volumes. Perhaps there was some force in the dark balancing the carefree primordial immortals, preventing them from interfering. Guan pondered as he awaited breakthrough success. Time ticked by slowly. After nearly an ancient hour, he finally succeeded. From the 9th layer of the carefree immortal realm to the 1st layer of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm. The surge of spiritual energy into his body soared, and his soul instantly leapt out of his flesh. The abundant spiritual energy tempered his body, while the power of heaven and earth rules within the energy converged on his soul, putting it in a wondrous state of creation. The spiritual, in the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma, referred to the soul. An uninterrupted stream of created memories flooded into Guan's mind, giving him the feeling of swimming in a vast ocean. It was an ocean formed by the power of heaven and earth rules. Creation. True meaning. Guan immersed himself deeply, unable to escape, only feeling his soul was about to break free and be reborn. His divine sense was transforming as well, witnessing too many illusions. Chapter 273. Please forgive me, Senior. Guan saw visions of all manner of life, witnessing infants being born, witnessing common folk marrying and starting families, watching demon creatures kill for survival, and seeing people weeping in front of altars. And so on. There were joys and there were sorrows. It was as if he were observing the lives of all beings, countless images passing before his eyes, an overwhelming sea of scenes that would drive an ordinary immortal to insanity. Guan was different. He was undergoing a transformation into a divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. At first, he felt some discomfort, but gradually he adapted, even beginning to catch glimpses of destiny within the endless visions. The divine immortal of wondrous Dharma could perceive destiny, and destiny could form fate, which meant the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma could see the fate of most beings. Destiny was based on cause and effect, yet it independently formed rules. A person's life intersected with their surrounding environment. Different choices created different life paths. Choices were cause and effect, and the paths they formed were destiny. However, unlike cause and effect, destiny also involved factors beyond cause and effect, such as natural disasters. Destiny was based on the rules of heaven and earth, the choices of cause and effect in a person's life. Heaven and earth flying immortal and carefree primordial immortal delved into the way of cause and effect, while divine immortal of wondrous Dharma studied the Tao of destiny. Observing the fate of all beings, comprehending the true essence of destiny. Guan's consciousness immersed itself in this, his soul constantly transforming, his cultivation level continuously increasing. Divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm 2nd layer. 3rd layer. 4th layer. The cliff beneath Guan collapsed, and he fell along with it, disappearing into the swirling dust. Under the blood-colored sky, the figures of divine exotic resentful ghosts flitted by, thunderclouds roiling, and in the clouds, faintly visible, were the massive forms of evil ghosts as large as mountain ranges. After a full 2 ancient hours, the area finally calmed down, but the spiritual energy between heaven and earth had also become thin. By the sea, the 9 divine exotic ghost kings around the steel all breathed a sigh of relief. The anomalies were finally over, and during this process, they had not encountered any attacks. Perhaps it was truly a disturbance in the rules of heaven and earth, rather than an attack from a strong enemy. The master of divine exotic realm meditated in midair, eyes closed, brow furrowed. His divine sense continually scanned the various parts of the divine exotic realm, inspecting every inch of land, but he could not detect any anomalies, and even he, the realm master, did not know where the spiritual energy had descended. This made him very uneasy, feeling he was losing control over the divine exotic realm. Even if it was just a disturbance in the rules of heaven and earth, there must be a reason behind it, and he did not know what it was. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the 9 divine exotic ghost kings below, his eyes flickering. Could it be that these fellows had offended someone, and the other party was warning him? Amidst the vast dust, Guan sat cross-legged on the ground, The lifespan barrier did not isolate the dust, but the dust could not approach him. His entire being emitted 7-colored radiance, and the golden pattern on his forehead shone with golden light, like an eye floating before his forehead. His cultivation had already reached the 9th layer of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm. The reason he did not open his eyes was because he was carefully comprehending the mysteries of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. His soul had already transformed into the immortal soul of wondrous Dharma. As long as the soul existed, the physical body could perish and still be restored. This was the powerful aspect of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. However, the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma still had a heavenly destiny, meaning its lifespan had limits, something he could clearly sense through his insights into the Tao of destiny. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, and the golden pattern on his forehead flickered, then absorbed the illusory primordial divine eye into the golden pattern. This golden pattern made him appear more divine. He could not yet absorb it into his body unless he used a spell to conceal it. After some thought, he decided to leave it as it was. After all, with the all things form and energy art, no one would be able to see through his primordial divine eye. Guwen called up the attribute panel, and his lifespan was only a little more than 2,200,000 years left. The lifespan barrier consumed too much. Guwen took a deep breath, stood up, and turned his head to look. He had already spotted impermanence Tian, so he immediately used the 9 extremes yin-yang body, transforming into a dark purple shadow. He cancelled the lifespan barrier. With one step, he appeared behind impermanence Tian. At this moment, impermanence Tian was still discussing the recent anomalies with the other divine exotic ghost kings, when the ghost kings in front of him suddenly widened their eyes. He had just noticed this, and a hand fell upon his shoulder. This slap sent his heart plummeting into an abyss, an unstoppable feeling of terror surging through him. The other 8 divine exotic ghost kings immediately jumped aside, keeping their distance from Guwen. The master of divine exotic realm also looked at Guwen, frowning, his divine sense unable to penetrate the 9 extremes yin-yang body, increasing his wariness of Guwen to the peak. Guwen cast a lifespan detection at the master of divine exotic realm, only able to see his realm. Carefree immortal realm 5th layer. This realm was already very strong. Before breaking through, Guwen matched against him would have only a 90% chance of instant kill, very dangerous. Fortunately, he had broken through. Guwen secretly rejoiced, his peripheral vision glancing at the nearby steel. All divine soul demons had connections of cause and effect with this steel. Their power would converge within it. Who are you? What do you want? A divine exotic ghost king asked in a deep voice, his tone tense. Guwen appeared too suddenly, they had no prior notice, and they could not see through Guwen's cultivation level, so how could they not be afraid? The most important thing was that Guwen seemed to be looking at the divine exotic life tablet. Guwen did not answer him, instead opening his mouth to ask, "Extract impermanence Tian's power, or you will all be utterly annihilated together." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the divine exotic ghost kings changed drastically, looking at him with expressions full of shock and anger. But no one dared to refute, much less make a move. They could only turn their gazes to the master of divine exotic realm. Impermanence Tian trembled all over, unable to speak, only looking up at the master of divine exotic realm with pleading eyes. The master of divine exotic realm's face was grim, staring intently at Guwen was not in a hurry, waiting for him to make a decision, letting impermanence Tian feel the despair. This guy had oppressed 2 of Guwen's disciples so greatly before, killing him directly would be too easy on him. After reaching the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, Guwen became more certain there was a transcendent presence behind the master of divine exotic realm, as the steel contained the aura of several carefree primordial immortals, suggesting there might be a faction behind the master of divine exotic realm. For now, he did not want to alert this presence unless the divine exotic resentful ghosts threatened the continent where the supreme sect resided. Moreover, within this land he had sensed a familiar aura, so he could not simply destroy the steel. The master of divine exotic realm took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and made a grabbing motion toward the divine exotic life tablet from afar. A soul flew out, unexpectedly. It was the soul of Impermanence Tian, but this soul was curled up, lifeless, like a soul shell. Impermanence Tian's eyes were filled with despair and even a hint of resentment, not toward Guan, but toward the master of divine exotic realm. If he could speak now, he would certainly curse the master of divine exotic realm. The other divine exotic ghost kings could understand the look in his eyes, feeling equally distressed, sharing the feeling of the death of a kindred spirit. Guan squeezed his right hand, and Impermanence Tian in his hand instantly turned to ash. He waved his sleeve, dispersing Impermanence Tian's true soul. No prompt for gaining lifespan, but Impermanence Tian was no more. Guan sent a voice transmission to the master of divine exotic realm, said a sentence, and then turned to leave. The master of divine exotic realm squinted his eyes, then called out, "Wait!" Guan stopped, his back still facing him. The master of divine exotic realm looked down at him, saying, "In front of many ghost kings, I let you eliminate one of my ghost kings. The other ghost kings do not understand. Why not take my palm and let them feel your power?" As soon as he said this, the wind between heaven and earth ceased, and the waves of the sea stood still. The 8 divine exotic ghost kings looked at Guan, hardly daring to breathe. They cursed inwardly. They did not want to feel anything. They had already seen the display of power. How could they doubt it? They understood the master of divine exotic realm was unwilling, using them as an excuse. "Feel my power?" Guan's voice rang out. He slowly turned around, and in an instant his entire being grew enormously, standing between heaven and earth. Divine skill, great and minor Rui. The 8 divine exotic ghost kings looked up, dumbfounded. Guan grew to a towering height of 10,000 zhang, his head against the blood-colored sky, his feet on the ground, with dark purple demonic qi surging around him like an ocean, magnificent and unparalleled. In front of Guan, the ghost kings could not help but feel a sense of fear. A vast pressure enveloped them, rendering them motionless. The face of the master of divine exotic realm also changed dramatically. As a carefree primordial immortal, he could more acutely sense Guan's terrifying power. Guan raised his right hand, and in the palm as large as a mountain, threads of rainbow light burst forth. Origin heaven-capturing hand. As the divine skill condensed, the master of divine exotic realm and the ghost kings felt as if the sky were falling. "Once my palm is raised, it must fall. Master of divine exotic realm, how will you have me withdraw my palm now?" Gu's voice echoed throughout heaven and earth, his tone indifferent, as if imbued with celestial might. The master of divine exotic realm abruptly fell, crashing into the ground, causing countless cracks to spread across the barren land by the sea. He trembled all over, struggling to resist Guan's pressure. The other divine exotic ghost kings were similarly pressed to the ground, unable to stand, looking at the master of divine exotic realm in despair. The master of divine exotic realm gritted his teeth, his legs bending until he kneeled on the ground. He supported himself with both hands on the ground, speaking slowly, "Please forgive me, Senior." His voice echoed through the heavens, heard by countless divine exotic resentful ghosts. The ghost kings looked at him lowering his proud head, feeling both relieved and distressed. They were strong, capable of stirring the seas, but before the mightiest of the heavens, they were still like ants. Supreme Sect, 3rd Medicine Valley. Guan stepped off the transmission array platform, humming a little tune. "Hey, why so happy?" Passing by, Yu Yingying couldn't help teasing. Guan glanced at her and said, "It's all right." Yu Yingying giggled, "If you were born overseas, you wouldn't be in such a good mood now." Guan replied, "There are no ifs, are there? Cherish the present, enjoy life, Junior." As he finished, he walked towards the chess area in the distance, ready to defeat Nine-Finger Divine Lord in 3 more games. Let Nine-Finger Divine Lord feel the terrifying deductive abilities of the Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma. Yu Yingying watched Guan's back, pouting slightly, reflecting that sometimes being in the lower ranks might not be a bad thing. At least you don't have to worry about world-ending catastrophes.